Hey friends, so as this video is premiering, I am on my way to Russia with other members of our organization. We're going to be leading the U.S. delegation to the World Youth Festival, sponsored by the Russian government. Over 188 different countries are represented. It'll be a great meeting of anti-imperialists. We're looking forward to connect with the young people, not just of Russia, but of People's Korea and Venezuela and Iran and so many countries. And we're very, very excited. So I decided that as I was on my way to Russia, I would put together a very long, and I do emphasize long, compilation of videos of what the Center for Political Innovation has done since the time of its inception. And so I cut together various highlights of our activities from our conferences, from our events, and I put this together and I gave it the title, What Does Anti-Imperialism Look Like? Because I want you to see these videos and see what real organizing looks like. Building an organization, building a community, holding a group of people together. Because that's what we're trying to do. There's a lot of people on the internet who like to just talk, who like to just, create drama and maybe be edgy by, supporting governments we're told to hate. That's not what the Center for Political Innovation is doing. We're trying to build a community of solidarity and resistance here in the center of the empire. We're trying to give people who this system have cast aside and said don't belong, we're trying to give them a place they do belong. And we have built a very beautiful community. We continue to engage in great anti-imperialist activities. We tend to have big conferences. We publish books. We're about to have a great upcoming educational workshop in Vermont. So I would encourage you to watch this video. Share this video with your friends and relatives. And it's long, right? If you don't watch the whole thing, I'm obviously not going to hold it against you. If you're familiar with this channel, you've probably seen a lot of this already. But these videos have been edited together to give you a feeling for what our anti-imperialist community and what our organization is like, what it's like and the kind of work that we do, and to show you who we really are. We are dedicated to anti-imperialists. We're getting stronger every day. People are signing up and joining our organization. And say a prayer for us while we're in Russia at the World Youth Festival. I'm looking forward to being there and doing some great work and then coming back. We've got to build an anti-imperialist movement. Social media stuff doesn't cut it. We need an in real life community of solidarity, of people who can rely on each other and depend on each other to do real revolutionary work as U.S. society further deteriorates. So enjoy this video. Listen to it as background while you're working or cleaning or taking a shower or driving to work. This video is here to provide you with an understanding of what our community is really like, to see what it's like to be part of our community. Enjoy, share. Thank you for all your hard work and thank you for your support. I would not be able to build this organization without a lot of people who stepped up to the plate and helped us over the years. I appreciate all of you and I deeply love all of you. And I am fully committed to this project. I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to surrender. I am going to keep building our revolutionary organization. So I wish you all the best. Enjoy this video.
Those times after supper, in his easy chair, were the times he liked best. He never said much, but he'd rattle open the Daily Record and read. A lot of sense that paper made. A man got what he earned. You got more out of life than what you put into it. After such a thought, he'd spy his wife, Fanny, and her work-roughened fingers and turn them round so that he could see the plain band on her finger. He had given her that ring 23 years earlier. He liked that ring. And that's the way evenings had been before he had been fired on January 1st, 1930. 18 months later, in the summer of 1931, they weren't much like that. Mr. Grossop still sat in his easy chair, but he sat there all day now, turning things over in his mind.
Garland Nixon is a mouthpiece in the U.S. for Russian state media. Caleb Maupin is a communist. He's the founder of CPI,
He is.
one of the rally sponsors that hosted a pro-Nazi rally. I could go on. There are like 15 speakers
Heaven
here.
forbid we take $1,000 from someone so we can have an appropriate sound system to put on our rally.
Wait a minute.
We had,
You're better than that. You let a guy like that, a pro-Russia, communist, fascist, whatever he is, speak because he gave
maybe
you
I'll have a
$1,000.
public conversation with him. Maybe I'll have a public conversation with him to talk about communism and his views.
But wait a minute. You just said that he gave you $1,000 for the event, so you let him speak?
I did. I mean, they were a sponsor.
Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine!
It's a mighty hard road that my poor hands uphold. My poor feet have traveled a hard, dusty road. Out of your dust bowl and westward we rode, and your desert was hot, and your mountain was cold. I've worked in your orchards of peaches and prunes. I've slept on the ground in the light of the moon. At the edge of the cities you'll see us, and then we come with the dust, and we go with the wind.
The truth will be victorious. Our small voices can be a thorn in the eyes of the oppressors. When the tyrant at the time wanted to burn Prophet Abraham, remember, when the tyrant at the time wanted to burn Prophet Abraham, a small bird would come and drop a small amount of water. No matter how small the efforts is, we will still continue.
But she's being used by people like Dennis Kucinich and others to do that. She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation.
Center for Political Innovation.
The Center for Political Innovation is a socialist and anti-imperialist education project, publishing books, producing films, conferences, workshops, study groups, in real life activities, as well as virtually, of course. For all of these things, we need our First Amendment rights.
You talked about spirituality, how it's good, it's being encouraged, but it's like more inward and selfish spirituality on your own. It's not like a collective spirituality. I think the left should take that back. We need to have a community. We need to be spiritually connected to each other. Even if you don't believe in God, if you're an atheist or you have other religion, the fact that we're all humans, we're part of humankind. We need to connect to each other, and we need to have a community.
Yeah, I can second that. When I engaged with politics quite cynically before the last few years. I engaged with politics cynically, and I was focused on an inward-looking spirituality and personal development. But then I realized that we need to be a part of something, that we need to be in coalition, that we need to be in community, that those things are part of spirituality. They're a part of human experience.
And one constant that has remained is, I hate the FBI. We're not supposed to have a political police in this country, but that's what they are. Yeah. And I don't like what they did to Marcus Garvey. I don't like what they did to the Nation of Islam. I don't like what they did to Paul Robeson. I don't like what they did to the Christic Institute, to the LaRouche movement, or to the Teamsters. I don't like what they did to Rod Blagojevich and to Chicago aldermen.
In history, we have seen great examples of leaders. One of the greatest leaders that we have seen was Hussein, son of Ali. Hussein, the grandson of the Holy Prophet Muhammad. Hussein, 1400 years ago, was under a caliphate of a tyrannical dictator and a mercenary Yazid who treated his opponents like scum. Hussein fearlessly stood up against Yazid with only a handful of companions against thousands and said, Hayhat min nadillah, I'll never accept humiliation. I'll never accept humiliation. His loyal companions, all of them were gone. The men from his family were dead, including a 6-month-old child. The women were beaten and paraded through cities, but despite this supposed defeat, Hussein never gave up. Hussein never stood down. And he remained a role model for generations to come, as greats such as Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Imam Khomeini, and Qasim Soleimani, who were all inspired by this one Hussein.
We appreciate how capitalism moved humanity forward. You know, we started hunter-gatherers, and then feudalism, and then capitalism. It brought us some prosperity, you know, technological innovation, but then now we're hitting the limits of it. We need to break that ceiling and go to the next level for our society.
What you said just there really spoke to me. Yeah, because you see now, like, the people in their innovation, their ideas, and their dreams, they're basically crushed. Instead of development, instead of new industry, new technology being good and furthering people's lives, it's either suppressed or it causes people to have anxiety. Will I be able to live? Will I be able to have a family? Will I be able to have a house?
We need to reinvest in the United States. We need to stop bailing out these speculators on Wall Street and these creeps who keep sending us to war. We need to bring all of our troops back home. What are they doing overseas? How the hell am I interested in what happens beyond my borders when my own people are starving on the streets? Whatever happened to America?
And those who claim to be supporting the people of Yemen, Palestine, and Syria, but then send money to terrorists. Let's open our eyes to the crimes of these bloodthirsty imperialist regimes and to the lies that have been speaking to justify these crimes. If Prophet Jesus was alive today, he would not be silent, he would not be passive or indifferent to injustice. He would do anything to stop the brutalities on Palestinians as well as human suffering in Yemen.
It puts people in precarity. When technology is good, it's a positive thing. It's moving us forward. But capitalism isn't able to address that. So that's educating people around what the vision is. We want to take people from just being viewers and passive to being active and doers. And that's really the thing. So right now we're working at developing that mechanism, basically, because different people have different skills. And a lot of people don't know what their skills are yet.
I say it again, in the land of the free. Use your freedom of choice, your freedom of choice. In nature Rome, there was a poem about a dog who found two bones. He licked the one, he picked the other, he me around in circles till he dropped dead. Freedom of choice is what you got.
Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with...
I like the idea that we read the CPI books, you know, almost like a Bible study, and we read with various peoples and not dictating dogma upon them. And I also like the idea that we shouldn't crown ourselves as the vanguard. We're here to assist the birth of the future vanguard party.
Absolutely. There's many influences we draw from. We don't reject people based on their affiliations with different groups, but we seek to work together with people. We don't think we have the one true anything, but we recognize the problem, and we think that education and information, that building coalitions is the way forward.
We need more infrastructure. We need to build up our country. No degrowth. No war in Ukraine. We need to stop all movements toward nuclear war. For my kids, for your kids, for all children in this whole planet. Woo, woo.
Hold up your right hand. Everybody stand up if you wouldn't mind. Get involved. Come on, do me a solid. All right. Are you ready? Solidarity for the working class. Here we go. We pledge that we shall remember this unity.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Not only today.
This year, but always. Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world.
All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs. To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To keep a just, lasting peace, to eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness.
To keep a just, lasting peace, to eliminate want, frustration, and forced idleness.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people. To salute our comrades who have died.
And pledge our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm.
And pledge our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm
shall never more be wasted in war.
Shall never more be wasted in war.
Put your hands down and remain standing for the flag ceremony.
We start from the bottom. American family shall have a homestead, a home, none in poverty, none in pestilence, none in want, but in the land blessed by the smile of the Creator. We will continue every effort to end monopoly in business, to support collective bargaining, to stop unfair competition, and to abolish dishonorable trade practices. And for all these, we have only just begun to fight. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over, and I've seen the promised land. I want you to know tonight
not perish from the earth.
You dare struggle, you dare win.
How are we supposedly the most wealthy country in the world, but yet look at the state of our infrastructure. Look at the state of our society and our culture. We're in rapid collapse. Why don't we actually work together with Russia? Why don't we actually work together with China? Wouldn't that be a good thing, considering that they have nuclear weapons? Considering that we're getting to a point where we have space weapons, cyber weapons. A World War III would mean billions and billions of people dying. Why are we engaging in these kinds of activities that are going to push us to war with a nuclear power? Now is the time for us to stand together with the Russian and the Chinese people, together with the so-called third world countries, and we should be building up America, we should be building up the world. In other words, we should be making America great again, we should be making the world great again. And that is the responsibility of the American citizens to say, this war does not suit our interests. It may suit the elite's interest in the United States, but this war does not suit the American people's interest. Thank you.
Our economic pie. The wealth does not contribute to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in the United States. The taxes used for war contribute to the destruction abroad and within the United States. We must realize that the divisive duopoly paradigm of left and right does not exist. We must unite that everybody wants life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We must realize that we the people have the power. We must have peace. Thank you.
We heard from a member of the United Auto Workers Union, Tom Michalak. He says Joe Biden has made some bold statements by calling himself the most pro-union president in U.S. history as the country faces an acute labor crisis.
Of course, the President of the United States, it doesn't bode well for them that there is a strike, let alone from an organization that has been something of an ally. So I would imagine that he's in a very uncomfortable position right now, having to weigh the interests of the automakers on the one hand versus the union workers that he's claimed to be the champion of. He said that he was going to be the most pro-union president in U.S. history, which is a pretty tremendous claim for someone like him to make. Although he did say 2 weeks ago that there would, quote, there will be no UAW strike. I think now it's an opportunity for him to put his money where his mouth is, so to speak, because a group that that the Democratic Party has relied on for support for a very long time is now on strike, given the issues of gasoline prices, food prices, everything being more expensive, the value of our dollar being diminished. These are the bread and butter issues that matter to everybody in the country, really, but in particular to people in the UAW who are striking for them.
CPI is a way out of this mentality. CPI is a reservoir of sanity within the desert that is American society, where everybody seems to be going crazy.
78 years ago today, the United States of America dropped.
Nuclear war. I guess most of us here believe that nuclear war has never been really more of an imminent threat than it is today. With the war in Ukraine. So we're demanding, first of all, stop the war in Ukraine. Most of us, I think, want to dismantle NATO completely because we view NATO as the expansion of NATO as kind of the origin of the short-term threat that we face today. Or at least have a totally renegotiated security architecture over Europe and Eurasia.
All right. Can you tell us why you're out here today?
We're out here to protest what's going on in Ukraine and stop NATO's proxy war.
because they're basically leading to World War III, and it's a situation that everyone should care about no matter what your politics are. So we're just here to stand in solidarity with everyone else who's standing against this, because, you know, being workers in the Imperial Core, it's really our duty to stand against this. Stand with the people of Russia, with the people of Ukraine, with the people of the Donbass, and with the people of the world, because it's in everyone's interest to oppose this. You know, this conflict's in no one's interest besides the capitalists, besides the imperialists. So we're out here today to just say enough's enough, put an end to it. We are the Movement for People's Democracy, and we proudly support this message.
We're out here to try to prevent World War III. You know, we're getting closer to it every day, and should be, I feel like, 1 million people at this protest, but at least we're here, you know? It's a shame that this is the direction that we're headed, but this is where we are.
They just want to keep escalating and escalating, and all they want is war. And we're here because we don't want war. And we want civilization to prosper and thrive.
Trying to see where he had made his mistake. Maybe if he had gone into electrical engineering, something with a future, things would not have gone this way. It hadn't been so bad at first. Sometimes he would leave the house all dressed up in his best, and then he'd walk fast with his back very straight, his face carefully held to bright alertness, trying to look as if he were hurrying to a business appointment. But he always ended up at the park. He had $312 in the First National Bank when he was laid off. If it hadn't been for payments on the mortgage, $58.50 a month, it would have lasted longer. He had hated to part with his watch, and was always groping for it. It gave him an empty feeling, just like his vacant pocket when his hand reached in for what wasn't there. He'd received only $15 for it, and Fanny had received even less for her wedding ring. "Trying to make a fool out of me?" he asked. "Pawning your very own wedding ring? I suppose you'd wish you'd married somebody else." Seemed like he'd fly off the handle for just about anything nowadays. Like when she asked him, why didn't he go out and go for a walk? And he went god-damming around. The man couldn't stay in his own house without being driven out. He could hear his wife stirring in the kitchen, making the small rustling noises of a mouse, as if she were afraid that any louder noise might irritate him. The house was very still now. No money, and the man of the house just sitting there doing nothing. For the last 6 months, notices had been coming from the bank about the lapsed mortgage payments. Any day now. Any day now. He couldn't let himself complete the thought. The Daily Record, of course, was right when it pointed out that no one with get up and go, no one with real initiative and enterprise was on relief. Going down to the county release office had been the worst. He had to stand in line with black workers and foreigners and people ragged enough to be bums. As a taxpayer and a solid citizen, he never believed in the dole. Sure, he was a union man, but the AFL didn't believe in it either. Well, he hadn't gone there until Fanny and him had been hungry. He had tried to explain to the social worker at the county relief office that his case was different. He wasn't a bum. And that when he got on his feet again, but he had just given him a tired smile, meant to be friendly, but seemingly mocking to Mr. Grossop before saying, "Next." It was hard for two people to live on $12 a month. If he could only borrow some money for the mortgage. He called the bank, but they said it was too late now. The case was in the courts. There would be a judgment any day now. His wife was standing in the kitchen door, looking right at him. He pretended not to see her. "Peter," she said, I just have to talk with you." He still wouldn't look at her. There was nothing to talk about. "Peter, we just have to do something." "Do something? Do you think I sit here because I like to?" Mrs. Grossop's mouth quivered. "Peter, you never used to talk to me that way." He glared at her, but she did not retreat, but eyed him firmly. "I had been talking to Mrs. Flaherty next door. She says if you go down to the unemployment council, we wouldn't be evicted." Mr. Grossop was honestly shocked. "Go down to that bunch of communists? I'd die first. We've got to do something. The sheriff will be here any day now." In this excitement, Mr. Grossop rose up with a grand stance alone, saying, "The Daily Record, the Daily Record says that bunch is communistic. They can take my house," he said, and his voice broke wearily, "but I ain't taking no help from any communist."
really there to promote Russian and North Korean foreign policies. She may not understand that, but she's being used by people like Denis Kucinich and others to do that. She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation, which is a very pro-Russian outfit run by a man called Caleb Maupin.
If you haven't watched Caleb, he's got a YouTube channel. He teaches mainly history, and he broke apart some ideological ideas in my head that I couldn't find the answer to anywhere else. Nowhere else. And that's why I'm here today.
I wouldn't blame you as an outsider for thinking that maybe his streams are like a fake personality. It's not true. This is Caleb. This is his obsession. This is what he was born for. This is what he lives for. When Caleb is not reading, he's writing. And when he's not writing, he's speaking and organizing. How do you think Caleb wrote 6 books, each one promoting well-researched and novel political insights, if he didn't care about this?
But I think sometimes when you're involved in anti-imperialism and you're involved with the kind of work that we do as anti-imperialists, for as long as someone like Caleb has, you tend to rack up a bit of a resume. So let's take a second and let's just go over a few of the things that he's accomplished in his years as an activist. In 2010, 2 black activists were acquitted because Caleb went to their court case and he showed footage that he had of police brutalizing them and showed that basically they were being charged with assaulting a police officer. He showed that they didn't do it. That was in Cleveland. During Occupy Wall Street, he was the official media spokesperson for the great anti-imperialist former Attorney General Ramsey Clark. In 2015, he participated in a humanitarian mission to Yemen with the Red Crescent Society, creating an international incident.
You also heard growing up, communism never worked anywhere. Caleb taught me that is the greatest conspiracy in American history. That is brain poison. It's a great way for you to never link up with your fellow workers. Never realize that there's 99 of us and there's one of them, because that would be communism. And communism never worked anywhere. Well, those bullet trains in China are pretty interesting. I think they're mining helium-3 on the dark side of the moon. That's weird. How'd they do that, since they're so poor? Or maybe a slingshot or something. A balloon. There you go, a balloon.
From his early days in the streets, supporting strikers and victims of police brutality, to traveling the world as a journalist and activist, to the founding of CPI, and even today as it grows larger and larger with his help and guidance. What amazes me about Caleb is that a man so wholesome can be so infamous. The lies that have been piled on top of Caleb and CPI are innumerable. How do they get away with it? Listening to 5 minutes of this man tells you enough to disprove all of the slander. You go from a fascist boogeyman, white supremacist, to an anti-war, anti-racist organizer who drinks a bunch of Diet Cola. I mean, how can people stake their reputation on this slander?
And the very next year, our favorite president, Donald Trump, named Caleb his favorite reporter.
This is a big one Caleb taught me. A movement open to my Christian faith. I didn't really want to be a communist or a Marxist because I thought I had to rebuke Jesus and God and very important things to me. What is spirituality to me? However you define it, it's what gets you out of bed in the morning and makes you think you can make the world a better place. If you don't have that, like Camus said, kill yourself, right? I'm not going to do that. So spirituality is whatever gets you out of bed in the morning. CPI will give you something to believe in and build. Marxism to me is a tool, okay? And I can feel the Holy Spirit in this room tonight. If you don't like that language, I can feel dialectical materialism in this room tonight, okay? Whatever works for you. To me, Marxism is a tool, and Jesus Christ is what makes me willing to die for the people. That is simple. Caleb taught me that, and he taught me I can own that and be that.
So,
further ado, let's welcome the ideological leader of the Center for Political Innovation, someone I'm proud to call a mentor and a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Caleb Maupin.
And I want to personally thank Caleb for helping me to realize that PSL was a waste of my time and get me to move on to something better. So thank you, Caleb. Thank you. Caleb is a soldier for the everyman. He is a fighter for every exploited person on earth. This is a man whose vision is helping to lead us to a new America that engages in peaceful development and cooperation rather than brutal imperialism. An America where the poor are made rich, and a unified America where racism is truly and systemically defeated. An America that can truly transcend the darkest parts of our history and realize our true destiny. An America that we can be proud of. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Caleb Maupin.
No one can tie it together like Caleb. Caleb Maupin, I've searched the depths of the internet. No one can explain it as clearly as Caleb Maupin. Have you seen Vosh? Well, Vosh is pretty good. Vosh does have a better man bun than Caleb, so. So Bernie sold me out. I gave Bernie a lot of money, and imagine in 2016 if when Julian Assange put his freedom on the line to expose that Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party were stabbing Bernie in the back. Imagine if Bernie said, to hell with this, we're marching on Washington. Every single one of my supporters, we're going to Washington until we get a free and fair election, and we're not leaving. Well, he didn't do that for some reason, did he? Twice he didn't do that. And the second time I go, there's only one way. It's to build a party of the working class. This guy's going to help us do it, and I hope you'll be a part of it. Finally, you guys all coming together with me, I'm not even joking. This is one of the best nights of my life, all right? Caleb put it together. All right, there's the births of my children. There's the day I realized this girl's the love of my life. And there's the day in Kansas when I went to my first CPI event. Me and my family couldn't afford a hotel room. There wasn't much room in the Airbnb. We bought a tent and we slept in the backyard, didn't we, Caleb? We enjoyed it. My little girls enjoyed it. They swam. They had a good time. Caleb was friendly to my family. Took us in, treated us like family, fed us like a Baptist church. All right? And now look at me, man. Okay? Most people, you'll join an organization and they'll just waste your time. All right? Caleb understands there's two things we got to do. It's not that complicated. Educate people, organize people. What's that second part mean? We find out what gifts they have. Maybe they're good at speaking. Maybe they can capture an audience. And we put them to work. And if you join CPI, Caleb Maupin will do that for you too. So come up here and say a few words, my brother.
He says, what does he say? Kamala Harris hates her dad so much, she wants to jail all black men and anyone named Don. There you go, right? There you go.
Yeah, so that's why, I'm like, that's so true. But like I said, these whole movements are like, for me, I remember 2016 or 2017, I went to the Women's March, the whole, the thing. And I was like, it was like more angry. Now I think about it, I was like really angry at the time because there's a lot of things I had unsolved emotionally, so I let it out the wrong way. I was like, the whole pro-life, pro-choice, and it's like that whole thing. And I'm all like, we should let the pro-lifers do their own little, let them, it's a freedom of expression or freedom of speech. Let them have their little, what do you call it? Their parade or whatever they do. Sure, like, we should allow it instead of trying to cancel them out. We should hear them out as well. But like I said, they should have their opinion and we should respect that. And that's why I'm like, at that time, I was not like open to that. So that's why I was like very angry. And then I went to the Stop Trump protest, and it was very like angry and F Trump, and we were like sticking the middle finger at the Trump Tower, and like people were just angry. So then I was in one of the videos, and it's like I look back and I'm all like, oh my god, that is like, I feel so embarrassed for myself, and like how much I grew like politically and mentally, emotionally, like from back then till now. It's like I would never expect that from myself. And I remember like that's why I always bring these little groups that were over there, like there's like the PSL people, like all that. Like I remember I wanted to join one of those groups really bad, and then it's like I never felt like anybody was communicating anything to me. Like it was just, oh, check your email, and like it's like in the spam email or something like that. I don't know. So I was like, okay. So then I wanted to do things like that, but like I feel like it was never kind of open towards the, like they would never did anything meaningful. It was just like, okay, let's do this day and this protest and take pictures and post them online on Facebook, and then say we did it, and and kind of empty, and that's why I'm like, I don't know how to feel about those. So then I just kind of quit politically and all that. So it was kind of like I was stuck. And then later on I did the whole Bernie campaign thing, and that's where kind of in 2020 I kind of got more politically involved. So that's why I tell like regular working class people, regular workers, like you guys could be involved, but just don't feel embarrassed or shy, like be open towards things, and like don't feel scared. And today we had this conversation at my job that like I don't know why people are just like, oh, like they talk crap about somebody, like, oh, she's a Trumper, she's a Trump supporter. Like people in my job, it's very like, and they're like, oh, ew, like everybody just talks so much smack like that, and I'm like, I don't know how to approach those people, because I kind of feel like they really did do a good job manipulating the public.
The next one is by Caitlin Johnstone, and this is probably too young of a crowd to apply to most of you, but you all probably know somebody it does apply to, and she calls it "Show Me an Old Rebel." Do not show me a young rebel whose eyes are bright and whose tail is bushy. Young rebels are fine and good, but they are merely doing what the young are meant to do. Show me an old rebel, one who keeps punching when his hands are arthritic, when her hair is white, when his friends are all dead, when her knees are shot, when it hurts him to pee, when her shoulders are so bad that it would be much easier to punch down than to punch up. Show me an old rebel who keeps standing up after being knocked down over and over again, year after year, decade after decade, who after the 1,000th blow merely spits out a tooth and says, "Son, you have no idea what you're dealing with, do you?" Are you a young rebel, sticking it to the man? Are you upsetting the gray brainiacs and knocking over their word castles? That is fine. Youth will be youth. But show me a young rebel who became an old rebel, who stuck with it through the attack, through the setbacks and the beatings and betrayals, who watched the hippies become yuppies, and the protesters become pundits. and still kept the fire lit amid the monsoons of infiltration and the hurricanes of heartbreak, who will close their tired eyes for a final time without ever once having cast them to the ground or peered up in imploring subordination. That, my friends, that is a true spirit. If you are still a fiery rebel, even as everything is ripped away from you, I will be humbled and awed by you, because I will know that you will carry that with you to the grave. And I will know that whatever you find on the other side will be met with that same defiant glare. And I will sing your song when you are gone.
There's a diversity of opinion among the American people, but we centralize around real, practical economic issues. And at the same time, maybe there's some anti-woke groups that exist that are communist, but those groups do not support modern China. Those groups generally do not have a more open view of communist history as it has really progressed and what it really means in the present day with Deng Xiaoping onwards. And so I found that CPI was ideologically aligned with me, which is why I decided to join and see, because ideas are one thing, right? So I decided to join to learn what actually goes on in CPI.
So, and that led you a year ago to a place called Lynn Valley, Kansas. Now, do you want to talk about that? That was your first exposure to the Center for Political Innovation in real life, which is very different than being on the internet.
Very different, I will say. And it's, it's very important for you to meet with like-minded people. I remember when I first joined PSL, I was just overjoyed that I had met people that saw China and the Soviet Union as good forces, right? And, that was my first realization of just how important it is to meet like-minded people, all this stuff. But with CPI, right? With CPI in particular, I remember I was very apprehensive because I had been burned in the past. My experience with PSL, it was a bitter end. And I didn't even leave PSL when I first wanted to join CPI. And I did have a time in between. I was part of neither, but
You're two timing.
But
let me point out,
yeah.
CPI does allow dual membership. We have no ban on
does.
that, right? And so we have members of Party of Communists that are with us, members of the LaRouche movement that are with us, members of different communist groups. We don't have any ban on that. So there you go. But continue.
Right, because we're not a party, right?
No, we're not. Yeah.
So I was taking the train down to Lynn Valley, and if I remember right, on that train, I was reading some Lenin to try to brush up on things, and I just remember arriving, and what I was expecting, I didn't know what to expect, but it wasn't what I was expecting, because I was thinking, maybe this is like a cult, maybe this is a weird thing, but no, it was just the most wholesome, friendly experience, and it was like down-to-earth people who genuinely cared about trying to uplift the condition of fellow Americans, who genuinely wanted a new system. And it was just, it was so amazing to meet people. And I just, ever since then, I've been hooked on CPI. If I had the time and money, I would have attended pretty much every CPI event that's gone on since then. And the only reason I was late is because of those distractions of trying to build a life for myself, a career for myself.
And I've encouraged all the speakers so far to kind of make it their own, make it personal, let the audience get to know you. And so I feel like if I've encouraged other people to do that, I have the right to do it myself. So I will get a little bit personal in my presentation. I had an uncle when I was a kid who was a theater professor. He taught at DePaul University, and he taught at some different universities around the country. At the time of his death, he was teaching at DePaul University in Chicago. He taught theater. He had a PhD, and he had Marfan's syndrome, which is a heart condition, a lifelong heart condition. And he knew he didn't have a very long life expectancy because he was born with this heart condition. So he really became dedicated to living his life to the fullest. He couldn't ride a regular bicycle because of his heart condition, because he couldn't hunch over like this, so he rode a recumbent bicycle. And he actually circled the entire world on a recumbent bicycle. He was in a number of Hollywood movies. He was in, he had very small roles, and I think he was in the movie A Bridge Too Far, which is a World War II movie. He was in a few other Hollywood movies. He was very much an influence on me when I was young, and he died when I was 11 years old. He was only 45 years old when he died. And I went to his memorial service in Chicago in a room with about 300 people, and I heard about my uncle, who I just had always looked up to, and just, he was just kind of this great inspiration to me. And what I heard described by speaker after speaker was a man who, despite knowing that his life expectancy was very short because of his heart condition, had gone out of his way to live an exciting life. He wanted to go out and make a huge impact in the world. And he became a theater professor, and he biked around the world, and he did so much. And I remember, I had always loved my uncle because I grew up in a really, really small town. My high school graduating class was only 115 people. But my uncle lived in Evanston in Chicago. And when I would go to visit him as a kid, I was going to the city. And it was so exciting to be in Chicago, full of energy, full of excitement. And he was friends, this was the 90s, with all these people that were involved in theater and people that, some of which were political activists to some degree. And he seemed like just such an exciting person. And so when he died, I was very devastated. And then I sat there in this church listening to the story about my uncle, the theater professor, and the difference he had made in so many of his students' lives. So many of his students had gone on to be prominent actors, and they talked about how much they had influenced him. And I remember sitting there and hearing the bagpipes. He played the bagpipes. That was one of his hobbies, was he played the bagpipes. And hearing about my uncle, and that certainly had an impact on me. And, I think it's great that we have a Shakespeare enthusiast here in the audience joining us this weekend. Because I've always particularly liked Hamlet. Hamlet is probably the most famous Shakespeare play. Maybe it's Romeo and Juliet is also famous. I mean, they're all famous, right? But Hamlet is particularly loved. And the story of Hamlet, it's a tragedy. And the story is that there's this prince of Denmark who's just lost his father. His father has died, and he's very sad about it. His uncle has become the king, and his mother turned around and married his uncle, and he's just kind of sad about it. And one night he gets visited by a ghost. And this ghost appears to him and says, "Your father's death was not from natural causes. Your father was murdered by your uncle. Your uncle went and poured poison into his ear while he was sleeping and killed him. And so my throne was stolen by my younger brother. And you, as my son, it is now your responsibility to go and take vengeance and take the crown for yourself." So Hamlet gets this message from the ghost of his father, finds out that his father was murdered, finds out that it's his job to go and take the throne back and take vengeance and become the king of Denmark. But Hamlet doesn't have the will to do it. Hamlet is horrified by what he hears, and he spends the play, which is quite long, trying to figure out how he can not do it, looking for any possible way to avoid doing what it is that this ghost has told him that he has to do. And Hamlet, many of the soliloquies in it are almost a study in depression. Hamlet is suicidal. He's contemplating suicide, and he's walking about the stage talking about killing himself, saying, I've lost all my mirth. The sky, this goodly frame, is nothing but a sterile promontory. He's hopeless. and he's miserable. He talks about death as the undiscovered country, and he's just absolutely miserable. He thinks, you know, maybe there's a way, maybe this is not true, maybe this spirit, maybe I just dreamed all of this, maybe this is a hallucination. So he hires a theater troupe to act out the murder of his father in front of the king, hoping that he can get, you know, a reaction out of the king to see if the king really reacts to it, if it really happened. And of course, the king sees, you know, this performance of the poison being poured in the ear, and the king, knowing that that's what he did, jumps up, and so he has confirmation that yes, the ghost was telling the truth. But Hamlet still just doesn't have the courage to go and do what he's supposed to do. And at one point, you know, he's engaged to marry a woman, and he accidentally stabs her father through a curtain and kills her father. And he's just going through everything he can possibly do to not do what it is that he intends to do. His whole family just thinks he's lost his mind. They think he's just crazy. And ultimately, it all ends in, you know, he's invited to what he thinks is a friendly sword fight, but they're actually going to kill him. And so some poison wine and some stabbing, and the whole play ends with everybody dead. It's a tragedy. And the tragedy is that Hamlet, the Prince of Denmark, didn't have the will to do what it was that needed to be done. He knew what he was supposed to do, but he didn't have the courage to do it. And that's why it speaks to us because we've all been in situations like that, where there are things that we have to do that are very uncomfortable, that are scary, that are heart-wrenching, and we don't want to do them, but there's no way to get out of it, and you have to do it. And history selects you. History and circumstances put you into a situation where you have to do something.
Viewpoints that abstract imperialism away from this economic basis are foisted upon the people of the imperialist countries at every turn. A vague and tenuous grasp of economic systems propel young radicals and dissidents away from a sound understanding of imperialism, and they crash back and forth, being tossed by every new academic abstraction and news item. There is a reason why so many so-called socialists in the Western sphere of influence are neutral or even support the US-NATO position on Ukraine, while falling into an easy rhythm of condemning Russia and demonizing China. Any finger wagging at the US military-industrial complex is couched in this demonization of anti-imperialist powers. And in that way, they perfectly serve the imperialist agenda that seeks to gin up hostility and support among the masses of people for intervention and military escalation. The expression of talking out of both sides of your mouth comes to mind. The liberal legitimacy of the academic and managerial class in the imperialist countries require these two faces, and they supplant revolutionary defeatism. There is an ease in moral superiority in being against everything, and that marks this intellectual and activist class. But a fight that upholds this economic status quo is only play-acting revolutionary affectation. It is a put-on. The nonprofit industrial complex and the academic streams that feed the activist workers and students are from this poisoned well, which produces a perilous confusion. The channels for funding activism are constrained by NGOs, which are profitable on the basis of catering to enormous foundations that accrue their money and influence through imperialist plunder and require the maintenance of that imperialist plunder. Similarly, research and publications are constricted by the whims of universities that act in the same manner and require defense to the supremacy of identity. In this sphere, the cultural is primary, and academic jargon flourishes in books and media, and through the incessant use of arcane language at every institutional level. With all of this nudging, the socially proper views of woke and the reaction to them, anti-woke, become mainstream currents that seem to occur as some inevitability. But in actuality, this is a calculated social engineering that forwards a limited framework and is a single imperialist imperative. Marxism is, in the Western understanding, a model for cultural deconstruction and articulation, but is made to never touch the economics on which it is actually based. In this framework, injustice is a discrete happening, to be rooted out, but is propelled through institutional systemics and power stemming from an abstraction known as whiteness. There is certainly an assurance being made to the ruling class in this intellectual product. Assuredly, any word or action, no matter how hostile to capitalism, will never be permitted to touch the material economic system that is imperialism. Assuredly, Western Marxism will be a symbol of rage, an outlet for discontent, but remain completely void of power or incisive ability. As Lenin stated, it has been shown in practice that working class activists who follow the opportunist trend are better defenders of the bourgeoisie than the bourgeoisie themselves. Without their leadership of the workers, the bourgeoisie could not remain in power.
But I actually want to refer to yet another story. And this is a story that any of us who grew up in the Christian tradition or the Jewish tradition or the Islamic tradition probably had hammered into our heads when we were kids. And the story is about a man named Noah. And the story is that Noah got a message from God that a giant storm was going to come. That storm would be so massive that it would lead to flooding. And so Noah heard this message about a flood, and he started building an ark, started building a ship so that his family and his people would be safe when the flood came. All right, we've heard this story. And I think it's pretty safe to say that this is a story that is very, very important to human beings. There's something in this story, whether you believe it's true or not, that really speaks to us, right? That he got this message, and despite the fact that nobody agreed with him, despite the fact that everyone wasn't going along with him, he started building that ark because it knew it needed to be done. That actually reminds me of a quotation you can find here in the Little Red Book. In the Little Red Book by Mao Zedong, they quote Mao's famous essay that he wrote in 1927. He wrote it in 1927. This is what he wrote. In a very short time, in China's central and southern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back. They will smash the trammels that bind them on the road to liberation. They will sweep all the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry into their graves. And every revolutionary party and every revolutionary comrade will be put to the test, to be accepted or rejected as they decide. And there are three alternatives: to march at their head and lead them, to trail behind them, gesticulating and criticizing, or stand in their way and oppose them. Every Chinese is free to choose, but events will force you to make the choice quickly. Now that's Mao Zedong in 1927. What's he saying there? He's saying a storm is coming. A storm is coming, and if we don't take the correct action now, and if we don't put ourselves in the right position, when that storm comes, it's going to blow right all over us. But if we do the right thing, and we get prepared, when that storm comes, everything can change. Right. And if you look at China today, everything has changed. I'm sorry, we hear so much of this: communism failed, communism never achieved anything. The next time someone says that to you, ask them, what was China like before 1949, and what is China like today? Pretty fair question. And don't tell me, oh, it's all about foreign investment. That's because they became capitalists. Really? Well, there's been a lot of foreign investment in Africa for the past 200 years. How's Africa doing? They've had foreign investment in Central America. How are they doing? It's not foreign investment that created China as the second largest economy in the world. It's not foreign investment that built the world's largest telecommunications manufacturer. It's not foreign investment that raised 800 million people out of poverty. It was the fact that somebody saw that a storm was coming and decided to take swift and decisive action. And you know, Mao, when he wrote that in 1927, that was a heated polemic. That was a heated polemic that he was writing. He was criticizing his own comrades and saying, yeah, we're organizing in the cities. Yeah, we're building an alliance with the KMT. That's not where the storm's coming from. We got to get to the countryside. And you know, also, China's achievements, even during its earliest years, were astonishing. For example, the Barefoot Doctors Program. It was because of Mao Zedong that in the 1950s, millions and millions of Chinese peasants who had never seen a doctor in their entire lives got medical care because the Chinese Communist Party launched the Barefoot Doctor Program. And you know, it's because of Mao Zedong, and this is so shocking to me, it's because of Mao Zedong that there are thousands of Chinese children who saw the sun. Did you know this? Do you know about this? They used to have mines in China that children worked in. Children are smaller, and so they can fit into the mines. And there were children who woke up every morning, they were wakened up every morning before the sun had come up, taken down to a mine to spend the whole day working, and not allowed to come back above that mine until it was dark again. And until Mao Zedong and the Chinese Communist Party came to power, these people had never seen the sun. These little children had never seen the sun until the Chinese Communist Party came to power. Now, don't tell me communism failed. Don't tell me communism never achieved anything, for goodness sakes. One story I've heard is that in the 1970s, there were many American delegations who went to China, and one of the people that they would meet with was a woman who at the time of the Chinese Revolution was Roman Catholic. And the Communist Party took power, and she was somewhat sympathetic, but she didn't join because she said, you know, I'm a Christian and the Catholic teaching rejects Marxism, so I'm not going to join. And she said that for about a decade, she was going to church every Sunday, and she was praying that the people in China might start to have food. She was praying that people in China might start to have health care. And she was praying that people in China might have an opportunity to have education, to learn to read and write. She said, after a while, she started to realize that all the things she was praying for were actually starting to happen. And she said it occurs to her that maybe God works through people, and maybe she didn't need to wait for an angel from heaven to do it. Maybe popular power was the way these things could get done.
And I had a great trip to Connecticut. How was your trip to Portland, Scott?
It was good. I mean, Caleb Maupin, who's been a guest on our show, is always a pleasure. His organization is, you know, their heart's in the right place. I'll tell you that. Politically, I always mention how interesting it is to have a Reagan Republican standing before hardcore Marxist communists and making common cause. But that tells you where we are today. The situation in America and in the world is so bad that, you know, people who were, you know, previously ideological enemies, I can't think of, again, I'm not an economist, so I guess somebody could get into the specifics of, do you support this, that? I don't understand it, so how can I support it? But I do support humanity, and I do support their humanistic approach towards, you know, solving problems, doing the least damage possible and avoiding unnecessary conflict around the world. So it was an honor and a privilege to have an opportunity to go to their first ever national convention and speak.
All right. Everybody well behaved? Were there any incidents? I haven't heard a thing, so just throwing it out there.
Well, I don't know. I'm somebody who always cuts and runs before there could be a potential for incidents. So I was minding my own business when incidents could have occurred, but none that I'm aware of. Everybody was well behaved.
All right.
Ideas are great, but the reason that the Center for Political Innovation exists is to put on events like this, to give a platform to ideas we don't widely hear in the United States, to educate people about anti-imperialism and socialism. And that is why it is really an honor tonight to bring forward our guest of honor, a real hero, someone who deserves to be heard from the heavens. Everyone should hear what this man has to say. Scott Ritter is here. Scott Ritter is here. We are proud that Scott Ritter is here. This is a hero. This is a hero right here. We love you, Scott. We love you. Go ahead and give us some words. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. To be honest, I thought I was just coming here to a reception to say hi to people, and speaking is, hopefully it's a bonus. You know, listening, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me, Caleb. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. And I want to thank everybody here for coming out. I know some people traveled a long way to come to this rally. And great journeys begin one step at a time. And we're on a great journey. And today was the first step. And you know, the people that didn't come here, they're one step behind us. And when you take the next step, they're two steps behind us. So you guys are the winners, and they got issues, and I applaud you. So again, thanks for coming out. Now, they say some of the best journeys, you bring about some of the most interesting travel companions. And I have to say right now, listening to your talk and everything, you guys are some interesting traveling companions. Yeah, because I couldn't think of any more interesting traveling companions than you for somebody like me. You know, when I grew up, my father was a career Air Force officer. And I call myself a child of the Cold War. And back then, terms like Killikami for mommy were real. Better dead than red was real. It was part of my life, 24/7. Because that's the life we lived. We were on the front lines of the Cold War. Across the frontier was the Soviet enemy, and we were ready to go to war. Not just any war, ladies and gentlemen, a war that would bring about the end of all mankind, because that war would include nuclear weapons. That was the harsh reality of my youth. And sadly, I was ready and willing to go on the same journey that my father did. I enlisted in the Army out of high school. I ended up getting a commission in the United States Marine Corps. And my focus of studies in college was Russian area studies. Why? To know your enemy. Why? To kill my enemy. I'm just being straight up honest with you. I joined the Marine Corps to kill commies. I joined the Marine Corps to kill Soviets. That's all I wanted to do, because I believed that was the mission given to me by my country, by my heritage, by my legacy, to defend America, freedom, our way of life against an evil scourge that I didn't understand, but I feared. So I was willing to kill them. And I did a hell of a job preparing for this operation. 2.5 years in 29 Palms, California, with a field artillery battalion whose job was to put steel on target. And I trained hard, and we were ready. If the balloon went up, we would have acquitted ourselves well. Thank goodness the balloon didn't go up. Instead, they sent me on a different journey. They sent me to the Soviet Union. A guy who was training to kill Soviets suddenly was sent to the Soviet Union not to kill them, but to cooperate with them. On what? Eliminating the most dangerous weapons in the world. In December of 1987, Ronald Reagan sat down with Mikhail Gorbachev and signed the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty. Intermediate nuclear forces are basically missiles with nuclear warheads of a given range. In this case, the range, 500 to 5,000 kilometers, I believe, could be miles, but I think it's kilometers, meant that if the weapon was stationed in West Germany, it could strike Moscow 5 minutes after launch. Why is that important? Well, because that's the amount of time then the Soviets have to decide what to do. The second the weapon is detected, 5 minutes later, if it's the real deal, Moscow disappears. Now, normally speaking, with intercontinental ballistic missiles, you have 30 to 40 minutes. Now, why is this important? Because in the past, the treaty was signed in 1987. In 1983, there were several instances where there were false alarms. And fortunately, the time that was saved by that 30 to 40 minute window allowed people to make the right decision to assume that this wasn't a real attack, but a false alarm, and they didn't launch the missiles. But with the new intermediate range missiles, if the alarm went off, you didn't have 30 to 40 minutes, you had 5 minutes, which means fire now, boom, and we're all dead. We're all dead. Now, I don't like to say this too often, and I appreciate people shaking my hand coming up here. Don't shake my hand for anything I am doing today or tomorrow. Shake my hand for what I did in 1988, 1989, 1990. Want to know why? Because if it wasn't for people like me on the American side and my Soviet counterparts, none of us would be here today.
You're an American hero.
Because without the treaty, there would have been a mistake. And if that mistake, we wouldn't have had time. Decisions would have been made. And I'll give you an example from life. June 1995, a missile was fired from Norway. It was an atmospheric test missile. And when it went up, Russian radar picked it up and determined that it was a Trident submarine-launched ballistic missile coming in on a trajectory designed to fire an electromagnetic pulse, so basically a nuclear bomb in the air to blind Russian radar for the first strike coming in. This was taken so seriously that the Russian authorities brought the nuclear briefcase to Boris Yeltsin, opened it up and said, put in the launch codes now, boss, right now. We have to make a decision right now. Fortunately, because of the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty, Yeltsin had more than 5 minutes to make that decision. And eventually he said, I don't think this is the attack we're going to stand down. Had the treaty not been signed, we would have had a completely different outcome. So when I say we all would have died, it's not hypothetical, ladies and gentlemen. We all would have died. None of us would be here today. That's an amazing thing. But you know, perhaps the most important thing about the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty for me wasn't the journey of disarmament. It's very important, life or death, literally, boom. It was a journey of discovery. How do you take somebody who was conditioned to hate a people he knew nothing about to such an extent that he wanted to kill them? And not just kill them theoretically, in close quarter combat, close with and destroy the enemy through firepower maneuver. Look them in the eyes while you take their life. That's the kind of hate I had in my soul for the Soviets. And yet they transformed me. You see, I went over there, and instead of trying to kill them, I started working with them. It was an amazing journey to see these people as humans, human beings. You know, initially our work was professional, purely professional. We worked together to build, you know, this monitoring facility. We worked on developing procedures, etc. But you can't be around people 24/7 without getting to see little things about them. That guy's pretty funny. That guy's not. And I'm sure they were saying the same things about us, you know. Looking at the guy next to me going, I like him. Looking at me going, I don't like him. But that's okay. On New Year's Eve, 1988, a senior Soviet engineer named Igor Yefremov, who used to build the reentry vehicles for SS-25 missiles, those were the missiles that are aimed at American cities, invited me and 3 other inspectors into his home. And in doing so, he opened up his life for us. We got to meet his wife, his kids, his neighbors came over. And anybody who knows anything about life, you don't normally invite people into your house unless you've cleaned it up really good, right? Because otherwise they come in and they get to see the real you. Like if you come into my house and it hasn't been cleaned up, you're going to learn a lot about Scott Ritter. What a slob he is and what dogs do to a home. But then we clean it up, you come in and we put on our best face. Well, in the Soviet Union, you don't have that option. These are small apartments. When you come in, what you see is what you get. It's a very intimate experience, and we got to see everything about this man's life, his family's life, the photographs, the clothes, the bedroom right there, the tiny bathroom. But we also got to see the love that this man had for his family. This is a guy I wanted to kill, and that he loved his wife. How can a man who's an evil communist love his wife? Communists don't love. He has children that he dote on. He loves his children. Communists don't dote on their children. That's an American trait. Friends came over and they told jokes. They made fun with one another. What I learned is that these are fellow humans. And it began a journey where I no longer wanted to kill them. I wanted to like them. I wanted to love them. The fact is, I married one of them. U.S. government didn't like that, but the point is, I broke down this wall of ignorance. This wall of ignorance, and from that ignorance comes the fear that drove me to do what I was trying to do. But once you learn, once you educate, once you inform yourself, the ignorance is no longer there. It's replaced by knowledge, and the knowledge allows the fear to be eliminated, and you can view things objectively. And one of the clearest things I've learned from this is that we don't want to go to war with Russia. We don't want to engage in a nuclear arms race.
They use words, twist words, turn them upside down, in fact, to make us feel that the countries who we should be identifying with are our enemies.
All right. Well, my vision was that we would have a powerful conference in Washington, D.C., bring together different forces, hear from different voices to challenge Joe Biden's pro-imperialist propaganda show.
The title is perfect, the Summit Against Hypocrisy.
In the lead up to the event, there was certainly many things that needed to be done. There were obstacles. What do you think? It's a yeah?
I think it's a yeah.
It's a yeah. Okay. It was kind of like you're just on the train and you keep going. My name is Elizabeth Young and I'm the president of the Center for Political Innovation.
Elizabeth Young is amazing, and she has done so much to hold our organization together, to help people get along, to facilitate the activities of the Center for Political Innovation.
The things that I did leading up to it were many logistical challenges, I would say. Getting physical materials in place, making the connections, and recruiting volunteers from our membership to take on different roles and tasks, and people are really great about stepping up to that.
She's very skilled at what she does, and she's very dedicated. It's really, really an honor to have Elizabeth Young as the president of CPI.
This isn't working.
Do we have another,
Record? You need
just one of these types of clips? Because I feel like...
Oh, actually, I don't know if I have another one.
I don't know, I help move crap around and basically put in some manual labor with everybody else. I had my spinach.
I participated in the setting up mostly, more than I did the organizing of the Summit Against Hypocrisy. And the day prior to the event, myself, Caleb Maupin, and our president, Elizabeth Young, went to a storage unit, got lots of the stuff we needed out of storage, including lots of flags that once we got back to the house, I was ironing. 7, 8 flags, something like that.
Yeah, that's a good question.
They made it, right?
Yeah. So where are they? Did you leave stalling them out at the house? What? We're bringing them out at like a glorious moment. Like they're hidden at the beginning. So someone has to go back and get Stalin them out.
I will go get them.
More
Okay.
Stalin, we gotta get it.
All right. Stop Stalin and go get them out. Anyway.
It was go, go, go. I woke up, ate breakfast, got in the car with Peter and some other comrades, and got cameras and equipment, supplies and whatnot.
You know, we put a lot of work into staging the conferences.
El pueblo unido jamás.
Haas and Pfeffer Incorporated.
What's the last part go?
Jamás.
Unloaded the car, I put up the banners, spread the books out. So I'm a school teacher with $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 in student debt. I really don't know. I try not to think about it that much, but it's a lot. So I had to buy a $500 plane ticket on a $2,000 a month paycheck. Luckily, the hotel had a continental breakfast. That helped out. But yeah, I'm broke till the next payday. But I wanted to be there. It meant a lot to me to be there.
I'm now thinking of eating fried rice.
Free food gang represent is all I'm saying.
But I did also eat a bunch of Danishes like a minute ago, so that wouldn't be. A, aftertaste, and B, I would get fat hurting.
There's a very simple principle that people from a working class background understand, and it is that when there's free food, you eat it. And especially if you're spending all morning moving a bunch of heavy crap around, big bins of water bottles, crates of books. Yeah, you gotta eat. And our convention was a paying customer of the hotel. Amazing Danishes there.
Our political opponents, people in the ruling class, the class enemy, spends a long time staging propaganda for imperialism, staging events to stir people up, to support war. You look at the Democrat convention, the Republican convention. So it's necessary for those of us who are serious about building a socialist community to work hard to make our events well staged and well put together, practicing the opening ceremony, making sure that everything goes the way it should go. We put a lot of work into that, and I think that's important. And, you know, you have to practice things.
So after Jetta, when Garland is done speaking, Jetta will then call Peter up to the podium, and even if it's not 3 o'clock yet, we'll go right into the next one, second panel. After that second panel is over, Peter's going to call me up, and I'm going to invite people to do our White House thing. The other thing is, we really want to get this room looking as clean as we possibly can. The next thing we got to do is that when the sound is set up, we'll practice the opening ceremony then. Great. I think we're good to go.
You hear these words, human rights and democracy, and you just think, good, that has to be good, freedom, liberty, human rights, democracy. And so putting the title in there and with that spin, Summit Against Hypocrisy, it calls their bluff right there. It's right in the title. The intention is to draw the attention of the public to the fact that these words that they feel good about, that they're supposed to care about and be invested in, are being used maliciously. They're being used coercively. And to me, that's a trick that's being played on people.
All right, let's do this. All right.
Okay.
Shall we? Okay. We know you through different names. Some of us know you through the Talmud and the Torah. Some of us know you through Jesus and the Bible. Some of us know you through the Quran and the Prophet Muhammad. Some of us know you only through the beautiful, ever-changing world you've created. God, we just want to do our part, our little part, in opposing all the injustice and evil and standing for truth. And speaking to people in a way that they can hear it. Getting people to open their hearts and open their minds to understand that something better is possible. Oh God, we just ask that you join us today. Help us. Speak through us. Let us do something beautiful today. Let us do something powerful today. Let this be a day people remember for the rest of their lives, God.
CPI represents the only alternative to what we're hearing from the burn it down, tear it down, synthetic left.
Fear is a part of our tactics.
A lot of people think that we're like burning our city down and we're rioting and destroying everything. I mean, I think there's some level of truth to that.
No one else is saying that you can actually be patriotic in that you love this country and you love the people, but you despise the people who are running it. We want to build a better America. The working class is not interested in tear it down, burn it down. We want good jobs, stable lives. The people that we're looking for, they're not going to be found among the people who classify themselves as leftists now. They're going to be found among working class Americans who love their country.
And we're not about jamming our morals and ideals down anybody's throat. We're about reaching people and attempting to spread knowledge. And that means you're going to disagree with some people at some times. That said, no one is less of a person because they think something different about how the economy is going to be run, or because they don't understand a cultural issue, or because they don't like the way they feel like they're being pressured to act within society. Yeah, it's certainly possible for that stuff to be messed up, but if our assumption is just that everybody's like evil,
a fascist is a fascist,
we're not going to get anywhere. And if you've got that in mind, it should be obvious why we would have somebody like Scott Ritter to speak. Like, he's got this cool idea, I forget what it's called. Oh yeah, not having a nuclear war.
I am the epitome of a Reagan Republican. I grew up child of a Cold War. My dad was career military, and the first president I voted for was Ronald Reagan. I believed in war. I wanted war. I worshiped war because war was my salvation. Salvation from you, you communist-loving socialists. All jokes aside, though, it's an absolute honor and a privilege to be here for the very reasons I just said, because while we may not be cut from the same piece of cloth, we do seek to be sewn into the common clothing of a nation that needs to be shielded from the nakedness of its imperial ambition.
Heard from our next guest a couple of times at this point, but I have the absolute pleasure of introducing him again. I'm so excited to hear more from you, David. David Rowex, everybody.
Well, there's been a bunch of things said that I keep wanting to say something about, and Caleb put in the program that I was going to say a few remarks here, so I'm going to take the microphone and say some remarks. One thing that Caleb mentioned, which is, if I were actually an organizer of any decent kind, other than an organizer of concert tours, then I would be, doing something more than just putting up a section on my website about this. But I've been getting attacked for years, particularly since January 6, 2021, by elements of the I call them the anarcho-Puritans, but I'm not sure what to call them. But since having since having coined the phrase anarcho-Puritans, I've learned that the folks who are actually trying to destroy my life are generally actually members of an organization in Portland called Rose City Antifa. Yeah, and they really suck. And they do this to a lot of people, protesting like Medea Benjamin's book talks and this kind of thing, just really crazy stuff. And of course the whole orientation against free speech is not something they invented. It goes way back to the whole history of deplatforming, and the whole history is a history that has totally backfired wherever it has been tried, according to my historical analysis, which is, I'm sure, very in need of somebody else to tell me about some history that I've missed. But as far as my understanding of this tactic being used in Germany, England, the United States, and elsewhere where it has been practiced, it has tended to just completely backfire. And so on my website, there's davidrovics.com, there's a section called Principles, where I pretty much lay out the sort of 10 conclusions that I reached from being attacked like this for years, in terms of possible ways forward, which have a lot to do with a lot of things that people have been talking about already over the past few hours. But in terms of actually having real discourse and free speech, and in terms of actually not having our means of communication being controlled by a handful of corporations that are intent on censoring and through algorithm, especially any kind of possibility for real discourse to happen in the Western world, which is the situation that we're at right now. And I'm far from the first person to make this observation. I first heard Glenn Ford, Black Agenda Report, say exactly what I just said. I said that the corporations are now completely hegemonically have taken over our means of communication. I think that one of the most bright spots around that whole reality has been media from outside of the Western world, such as the media that Caleb works for, also Al Mayadeen and Al Jazeera and so many other platforms that often are coming from all kinds of different perspectives, often have a lot of disagreements with each other in terms of their the biases that they tend to promote. But what's so common around all of these platforms, as you've probably observed yourself in abundance, is that they come to get different conclusions from the Western media about most of the important issues, like Palestine and the war in Russia and Ukraine. And with that, I'll do a song about, I'll do two songs, one about Portland and one to introduce the next speaker. If the next speaker is talking about Assange, is that correct? Is that still the case?
Next one, we're going to have John McCarthy.
Oh, okay. Then this may be relevant to the speaker after John. But. I wrote this song before the corporate social media platforms existed, which is evidence that there were problematic people ostensibly on the left before social media.
I don't drive a car because they run on gas, but if I did, it would run on biomass. I ride a bike, or sometimes a skateboard, so fuck off all you drivers and your yucky whores, sitting all day in the traffic queues. I'm a better anarchist than you. I just live on hold school. I can't believe you're wearing those red Chinese shoes. I'm a better anarchist than you. I will have sex, and there will be no sequel, because heterosexual relationships are inherently wrong. Marching to anti-flag and crass, until there are no differences in gender, race, or class. All you brainwashed leaders, you just haven't got a clue. I'm a better anarchist than you. I am not a pacifist. I like throwing bricks, and when the cops have caught me and I'm taking a real list, I always feel lucky if I get a bloody nose, because I feel so militant and everybody knows. By the time the riot is all through, I'm a better anarchist than you. I only talk to those as pure as me. It's not safe if someone disagrees. They might have me thinking thoughts that I don't like. Pretty soon we'll all be praising the Third Reich. Yeah, I don't talk that fast, just as if you do. I'm a better anarchist than you. I'm a better anarchist than you.
More than anything in the world, I like to sit down with Georgia B. There's been some things the past few years been bothering me. Well, all ain't well, I'm mad as hell, and I'm living daytime TV. But I'm dealing with the feeling there's one or two things CNN don't want us to see.
And then you're going to place your hands in your lap like this, with your right hand first and then your left hand, with your thumbs barely touching. And you're just going to breathe. And the object of this is to let go of thought, not to hold on to thought, because that's what we're doing a lot, is just like we wake up in the morning and we start thinking.
People get annoyed with me because I can be a little bit of a stickler, right? I have said many times that I do not like the phrase abolish billionaires. Now, I have no problem taxing billionaires to pay for things like schools and healthcare and jobs, but the phrase abolish billionaires is not consistent with Marxism. Why? Because the goal of Marxism is to build a society with so much wealth and so much abundance that the need for the very existence of the state fades away, that all inequality fades away, that we have a society where people can kind of just do what they want to do and take what they need. That's the ultimate goal of Marxism. Communism, the higher stage, is based on vast material abundance. It's about achieving so much wealth and prosperity that social hierarchies and the need for an oppressive state and inequality among people fades away. That is the goal. Marxism is not about making people poorer. It's about making society and making people in society so wealthy that inequality fades away. That's why Deng Xiaoping said poverty is not socialism, but to be rich is glorious. And we want all the people of America and all the people of the world to be rich. That's what we want. We want to eradicate poverty from this earth and create a world with so much wealth that the horrors of the society we live in fade away and people can live a much more comfortable means of existence. I've compared it to back in the Middle Ages, right? Back in the Middle Ages, having a mirror was a very valued item, right? If you had a mirror, that made you were like a king or a queen. Would it have been the right thing to say in the year 1300, abolish mirrors? No! It would be fight for a society where enough that everyone could have a mirror. That's the goal. Wealth is not the problem. Capitalism is the problem. Exploitation is the problem. That is what we need to be clear about. And when we say things like abolish billionaires, it feeds into the idea that we're destructive. It feeds into the idea that we just want to tear things down. Somebody has more than us, and we're mad about it, and we want to punish them, and we want to tear them down to the level that we're at, And that is not an attitude that is going to save the United States from capitalism. That is an attitude of wallowing in misery and self-pity. It's an attitude that's cultivated by social media quite a bit, but it's not consistent with what we're about.
And I said, hey, 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 I said, hey, what's going on?
When communists say party, they mean something different than what most Americans think when they think party. A communist party in the Leninist sense is a group of people that are organizing in order to take power. And a political party in the American sense is a group that runs people in elections. If you call yourself a party, most Americans hear you and they say, oh, when are you on the ballot? Who are you running? And if you're not able to answer that question, already people are like, huh? You know, so already you've confused people, number one. Number two, an actual party in the Leninist sense is not something we have right now. I mean, it doesn't exist. An actual party, I've used this analogy many times, an actual party is like an orchestra. You know, it has trombones and pianos and trumpets. And an actual party has people doing educational work like we do, but it has people in labor unions, it has people who run for office, it has a newspaper, it has all kinds of stuff. If a party came into existence, CPI would be one division of that party. And we're not a party. And unlike the parties, we're honest about that. Many of these parties think they're parties and they ain't. And we're honest about the fact we're not a party. We exist to carry out one specific task of socialist education, anti-imperialist education. And we hope that someday something that could call itself a party in the Leninist sense can emerge. And we also hope that someday something electoral can emerge also. I mean, you know, that would exist. But the other thing is I looked around the world, things have changed, you know, and a think tank, that's what people form nowadays, you know. And nowadays when people are trying to carry out a function or a task like we're doing, they form a think tank. The whole form a party thing is a Marxist orthodoxy. It's basically more or less. Right. And that's why we're not doing that. You know what I mean? And it's communists going through the motions. Or we formed the party, we had the Central Committee, now we're publishing the Vanguard newspaper. Now it's just
Our leader grew a mustache.
Yeah, right, yeah, exactly. So there you go.
They're gonna say that I'm a communist, unpatriotic, dope-smoking, degenerate hippie. Fuck them redneck, white trash motherfuckers sitting on their ass watching CMT. Well, commercial propaganda's got the whole damn country thinking we're on God's home team. Well, they might control the whole damn world, but they ain't gonna control me.
Does somebody want to like give me an object or tell me a topic or something that this is not planned or anything?
Syria.
Syria? What?
Syria.
Trotskyism. So yeah, somebody give me a beat.
Syrian Trotskyists.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Somebody throw a beat or clap or something. Thank you. He's good. He's the human beatbox. There's the human beatbox is your entertainer. No other style could fit this guy plainer. Right. The Trotskyists in Syria. What do you hear of you? I don't really hear of them. Are they even Syrian? You can't hear much about them. But you know somebody's funding them. I want to make fun of them, but they're not quite funny, son. The Syrian Trotskyists, they are not hot for this. Because I am a Stalinist, their least favorite kind of communist. They know that we're onto this. Their funding is from the US. And it's from NATO. We know that we don't play, so the Syrian Trotskyists, they're all up onto us. They're funded by the LaRouche. I'm just kidding. But that's what Ben Norton told me. But he's kind of a douche. And I'm just being the truth. talking to the youth here. We want to spit the truth here, but it's like a game of truth or dare. And in CPI, we chose truth, so be aware. All right.
The specific thing that they mentioned in these indictments is that the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement wrote articles and released videos where they said that the special military operation in Ukraine is actually a defensive action by Russia, right, against colonialism, and that by standing up and fighting back, Russia is defending not just itself, but the entire global South. They want to make it illegal to say that. That's what this case is all about. That's why it's so urgent, because guess what? That's the message that we're putting out, right? Yeah. And it's absolutely true. Because Russia is winning that war, politically, economically, and militarily, that is giving courage to anti-imperialist nations and movements all around the world to finally stand up. What we see happening right now in Palestine is occurring because they saw Russia winning, and they saw that the imperialists can no longer back up their threats. And we have to give that message to the American people. They don't know it, because just like it's giving courage to nations around the world, if the American people know it, it's going to give them courage to stand up and throw off imperialism. So I'm not going to talk long.
For a lot of issues, we have got to build a serious united front around an economic program to rescue this country. That's what we have to do. And that means we have to break the rules. It means we have to work with people we might not agree with. Because we're serious about this, because we actually want to get things done. Now, another thing that the Center for Political Innovation offers, we offer a scientific understanding of revolution. That's the first thing we should be talking about. If we want to get from here to socialism, how do we get there? Let's be serious. Well, the process of transitioning towards socialism is generally 3 stages. First, there is a united front built around a program. In Russia, that program was peace, land, and bread. In China, that program was defeating the Japanese and redistributing the land. And a serious program is developed, and society is mobilized around that program, a program to change society. And political leaders emerge who are supporting that program. That's the first step. And then from there, political leaders come into office, or mass movements are created around that program. But in order to enact that program, the nature of the state has to change. We're not going to be able to build a socialist America with the FBI and the CIA and the Pentagon functioning as they currently are. You would need a new intelligence agency. You'd need a new federal police force. You'd need a new orientation for the military. The nature of the state would have to change. In order to enact a people's program, you would need to change the nature of the state. And that's what the scientific Marxists call the dictatorship of the proletariat, when the nature of the state changes. The state goes from the hands of the capitalists to the hands of the people. And then, with the state in the hands of the people, the state can then move ahead and start creating a socialist society, a society where growth and innovation is no longer held back by the irrationality of greed. This is a 3-stage process. That's why the Communist Manifesto ends with 10 planks, right? Those are the 10 planks of the United Front, and that's what communists generally do. They put forward a serious program, and we have a serious program. We have 4 points, 4 economic points that a lot of people could agree to, but not the ruling class, and not the big corporations, and not the banks. And we want to build a united front around those 4 planks. We want to mobilize society to get those 4 planks, and we understand that in order for those 4 planks to be enacted, the nature of the Pentagon, the police, and the military would have to change, and that with a new state, we could have a fully socialist society. This is the way communist parties operate all over the world. The Center for Political Innovation, the way we talk, if you go to South America, if you go to Africa, if you go to Asia, people say this is common sense. They think there's nothing remotely profound about what we're doing. But the US left is so infiltrated and so manipulated and so delusional and crazy. What we're doing here sounds very, very unique and original to people in the United States. I believe somebody accused us of trying to imitate the Communist Party. I think there's some people in the Communist Party who said, you're trying to imitate the Communist Party. Well, let me just say this. We're not trying to imitate the Communist Party, because there's some pretty key differences between our approach and the approach put forward by the leaders of the Communist Party. We're what the Communist Party should be, and would be if it wasn't controlled by the FBI. Let's be real about that. That's the reality. Their crazy over-the-top reaction to us is one of the biggest confirmations that we are right that I've ever seen. Let me just put it that way. Another thing I'd like to make clear is that we offer a serious political message. And we go to people with real policy solutions. If you go to working class people and say you want to have a big civil war and violently overthrow the government and destroy their neighborhood and communities, you are not serious. You come across as a lunatic. And we are very, very clear that we advocate a peaceful transition to socialism through the democratic process. We'd like to see progressives and socialists elected. We would like to see progressive legislation leading toward our 4-point plan passed. That's what we would like to see. We don't advocate violence and instability. It's Joe Biden and the capitalist system and the decaying political process in the United States that is leading to violence and instability. We are offering the road to peace. We're offering the way out of the chaos. We're offering the way to stability. That's what we are offering. It's them, with cable news, with the social media hyper insanity. They're the ones dividing the United States. They're the ones fomenting instability and chaos. We want to bring the country together. We want to bring an end to this, and we want peace with the people of the world. We want to start doing business with China and doing business with Russia and cooperating with countries on the basis of win-win cooperation. We want to end this open international system of greed and neoliberalism. We are offering a message of peace, jobs, democracy, equality, stability, hope, progress. We're not violent, we're not radicals, we're not extremists. We advocate a politics of common sense. It's common sense that people should have jobs. It's common sense that people should have education. It's common sense that economic growth is good and not bad. It's common sense that people should be rising out of poverty. It's common sense that fusion energy should be a priority and that we should be trying to get out of the nightmare of fossil fuels by going to a higher fuel source, not a weaker one. That's common sense, and that's what we offer. We offer the road to peace, stability, and common sense.
And yet, for the first time since the end of the Second World War, economic conditions have led the U.S. working class to be more anti-establishment than ever. The material realities of extreme wealth disparity and economic stagnation have illuminated unspoken truths and have resulted in a great deal of skepticism toward official media narratives. Working class people are now opposing wars in numbers unseen. Even with all of this potential, the prevailing wisdom among socialists is that these are fascists who are spreading conspiracy theories. The Western left mobilizes defense of the establishment against populist dissent, and with their condemnation and ridicule, they help route this raw dissent into the safe parameters of anti-woke. We see the proof that there is a great need to go out of the movement to reach the masses and cut ties with the primary leftist entities. We take up the directive to get past the Western leftist held spaces and methods and the US radical nostalgia and the elitist phrases disguised as Marxism, and instead actually approach working class people with an anti-war, anti-monopoly message in an economic populist program of demands. Thank you.
At the end, I did start to get passionate. I told some stories from my own past and how I got involved in it and what this movement and socialism has really meant in my life, how grateful I am for the older communists who mentored me. I've made a lot of sacrifices to be where I am, but I've also gotten a lot of help and mentorship over the years, and I want to acknowledge that.
Really one of the most interesting nights of my life, which is when I was invited to speak at the hall where Malcolm X was assassinated in Harlem. There was a political prisoner's benefit. And it was a political prisoner's benefit. There were supporters of people from the Move 9 who were still locked up at that point. There were supporters of Mumia Abu Jamal and Jamil Al-Amin. And I walked into this auditorium, and they had like a light where at the spot where Malcolm X had died, and I was on a panel, and I was like the one white guy there. People were joking about the flyer, and they're like, one of these speakers is a little bit different than all the other ones. But, you know, I was the only white guy there, and I looked out on that audience. I spoke for like 3 minutes. It was a very short presentation. But when I looked out on that crowd of several hundred people in there, I thought, I'm speaking to a group of veterans. I looked out on that crowd because these were black liberation fighters. These were Black Panthers. These were, you know, Black Liberation Army former members. These were black nationalists and others, and in walkers. And when people were speaking, they were shaking and having flashbacks, and there were a lot of tears in their eyes. And I thought, this is like a veterans gathering. This is like speaking at the VFW, right? And I mean, there's rooms like this in Ireland, in Northern Ireland. There's rooms like this in South Africa. There's rooms like this in people's Korea, you know, and this is a group of people who have made great sacrifices, and they're there to support their comrades who are still locked up, and they're in this for real, and they've seen it. And I looked out on that crowd, and I thought, again, these are people who understand how serious it is, and this is how important all of this can be.
Communism will save America. China has created a system that's raising up its poorest people, its peasants, raised out of poverty. They're creating a system that gets to the base of the economy and recreates it so that the working class can rise. Unlike in this country, where homeless people sleep a block from the White House.
After the summit, we protested against the Museum of the Victims of Communism, which is nothing but spreading pro-imperialist lies, demonizing the history of the Soviet Union and China.
So trying to fight something that literally involves the circumstance of change. Well, instead of fighting against people around the world, we should be fighting against those bankers who set up that situation. We should be building a coalition of people with different perspectives who are going to stand up against big banks and corporations. That's what I think.
You're looking at Country Joe and the Fish. Little known fact, there was a band that played at Woodstock called Country Joe and the Fish Band. And the reason they have that name, according to every source that I can check, is because their parents were members of the Communist Party USA, and they picked the name for some pretty interesting reasons. Now, this guy was Country Joe because he was from Georgia, from the countryside. He grew up in a small village. He was the son of a bootmaker. And this guy was the Fish because one of his most well-known quotations, before he even started his organization, he just walked 300 miles through the countryside, talking to every person he could meet, asking them about the conditions of their life, engaging with them. He says, how should we judge whether or not a youth is a revolutionary? How can we tell? Well, there can only be one criteria, namely, whether or not he's willing to integrate himself with the broad masses of the workers and the peasants, and he does so in practice. The masses are the water, and the revolutionaries are the fish. Country Joe and the Fish.
The next stop is Vietnam.
We are educating, we're agitating, we're demonstrating, and we're normal people. That's the best part. Pretty normal.
Let's fix our government right here at home to provide for working people before we go 7,000 miles away to waste young, precious lives over something as dumb as anti-communism.
Afterwards, a few of us went to New York City to protest against Tsai Ing-wen, the Taiwan president.
All the polls show the American people don't want a new war. The American people are sick and tired of our money being wasted on bombs and weapons and destruction, provoking a war with China, provoking a war with Russia, while our dreams are derailing. People in the United States are suffering.
Tsai Ing-wen came to the United States to beg for more weapons and demonize China. And the Center for Political Innovation, we were in the streets of New York City confronting the Taiwan president in her effort to spread war.
China is not our enemy. China is not our enemy. China is not our enemy. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. We don't want a new war with China. We love America and we don't want a new war with China. China is not our enemy. Stop trying to sell war. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war.
You know, what we did with Tsai Ing-wen, that went viral in Chinese media. Over 1 million shares. I was interviewed about it by Global Times. The Global Times, one of the main publications in China, made a point of highlighting the Center for Political Innovation, finding out about our work and why we do what we do. That was really, really great.
I'm a patriotic American. I love my country and I don't want World War III.
After all is said and done, Summit for Hypocrisy was a great success, and we can see that success. Look at all of the leftoids tailing us. They were calling us fringe, they were calling us cringe, and then a week later they all shut up, and then they started copying our organizing tactics. And I'm glad that they do. We know what the problem is, we are offering solutions.
In my eyes, CPI represents faith in humanity and the belief that there is an optimistic future to fight for, that your neighbor and the people around you aren't just stupid and in your way, but actually the hope for the future is in building relationships.
I don't like what they've done to people who I don't even like.
Yes.
Yeah. But I hate what they tried to do to Caleb and to the Center for Political Innovation. And I hate what they're trying to do to Chairman Omali Yeshitala, the African People's Socialist Party, and the Uhuru movement. And if I can create a collaboration between these two organizations and thereby strengthen each of them a little bit so that they have the strength not only to survive the FBI attacks, but to judo them into victory.
Yeah.
Then that is like a double fuck you to the FBI. Actually, it's more of a fuck you squared. And I'm enjoying every minute of it. So onward to victory, to a world without colonialism and without imperialism and without the FBI. Uhuru!
I couldn't let you step down without saying a few words. Okay, because, you know, I don't know if folks remember, but a couple years back, or was it a couple years, about 1 year back, right? About a year back, we had a convention or conference in Chicago. And I think that people who went to that conference, and it was smaller than the conference we're having today, I'd say. It was, you know, about 75 people today, and we had a small conference in Chicago. But that conference, the raid on the Uhuru house happened about a week beforehand. And so I got on the phone with them, and I invited them to come to the conference. And they came, and we had also, at that conference, we'd already planned, we bought a nice plaque, and we gave an award to Tara Reid, who you just saw speak, right? And, so we had the conference, I got blackmailed and I got threatened. We want you to cancel the conference, was explicitly told to me on the phone multiple times. And we didn't cancel the conference, we did it anyway. And that conference, I think, has changed the course of history. Because at that conference, Tara Reid met the Uhuru movement, right? And Tara Reid, because of her life situation, has connections to prominent media personalities like Tucker Carlson. And Tucker Carlson covered the Uhuru case on national television because of Tara Reid producing. And on top of that, Glenn Beck also did segments supporting the Uhuru movement because of what happened at that conference. And in addition to that, Nick Brana attended. Garland was there. He was there at that conference. Nick Brana attended that conference and talked with people. And I think that you can say that that conference we did in Chicago had a lot to do with Rage Against the War Machine that happened that spring. That conference was pretty pivotal. But I also want to tell you another great thing that happened at that conference. Was a guy named John McCarthy came to the conference and liked what he saw, and he joined this organization. And he has done so much. We appreciate all the work you've done. You're amazing. So thank you for everything you've done. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We love you, John. Yeah.
And as we put forward this vision of rebuilding America with popular power, breaking out of their globalist financial system, we must oppose all political repression. The deep state is moving in on too many people right now, threatening their rights. And that is why we absolutely condemn the horrendous FBI raids carried out against the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru House, and Chairman O'Malley. Here today to show that we are not afraid, we are not intimidated, and that we offer nothing but unequivocal full support and solidarity to them while they're under attack. Please stand up, comrades. Come on the stage, please. And civil rights activists as agents of Russia is one of the dirtiest tricks of the U.S. deep state. They called Martin Luther King Jr. a Soviet agent. They called the Nation of Islam foreign agents. And we are here today to say that black people have the right to organize, fight for their rights however they choose, and that the U.S. government has no right to call them Russian agents or repress them in any way. The FBI raids must now stop. Must stop immediately now. Stop the raids. We want to turn the podium and microphone over to our guests. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Columbi Antoinette, and how I always start any speech that I ever do is with a chant. So I want to teach you, or maybe you already know it, join in, because this is just the meditation of my heart, even coming here, and why it would never be any kind of retreat. We would never surrender. We would never compromise. We will continue to move forward and build. Fist up! Fist up! Fist up! Fist up! Fist up! This is what fight back look like. So I just really want to start off by saying I really want to appreciate the organizers that put on this event, no matter what road you have took, small, big, or large, for making this gathering happen and reaching out to the Uhuru movement and seeing this unjust raid is your fight. That they came after us today, but who's next? Because this is an attack against the whole black community. We see this not just an attack against Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Akile Anai, Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela, Chairwoman Penny Hess, Jesse Knoll, and all of our comrades that were directly attacked from this raid. But this is an attack against all of us. That's how we see it. So I say, I want to slow down, because I have been traveling here from St. Louis, Missouri. And when Chairman told me, I'm sending you to Chicago and speak to a group of people, I went to y'all website. I said, Chairman, you sure me? You sure you want to send me? And the reason why I didn't have the confidence at first to come Because to be truthful, I am part of the peasant. I'm a girl from Walnut Park, and I know most of you might not know what Walnut Park, but it has been a neighborhood in St. Louis, Missouri that has been the #1 murder capital for several decades now. And so where I come from, nothing good's come from. They don't stand in groups or understand anything that happens internationally or anything like that. So I'm going to apologize for every word that I attempt to say that I say wrong. I hope you catch my drift. Okay? But I am a glaring example of Chairman Omali Yeshitela in the work of the African People's Socialist Party in the dedication of bringing the African working class into political life. That we understand that the attack on the African community, the black community, goes long before. That it has not been a time that black people haven't been struggling against this horrific genocide system that has attacked Africa over 600 years ago. That ever since 600 years ago, that it's never been a generation that haven't struggled for our liberation. And every single time that we have organized and we have came into organization, from the great Marcus Garvey and all of the ones, Malcolm X, it has been attacked. That's what we know. So, and I am an example of the African working class being able to stand before you and speak in my own voice.
So I don't know if people are aware, but this sign refers to the Uhuru movement. These are 4 African-American activists from the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. They are facing 10 years in prison, charged with being Russian agents. All they did was speak up, all they did was have some Zoom calls, and the American government wants to throw them in prison for 10 years for speaking up, for exercising free speech. And all kinds of civil liberties voices have spoken up and said that what's going on, the charging by the U.S. Department of Justice, the criminal case against the Uhuru movement, is a huge attack on freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. If they can charge them just for having some Zoom calls and, writing some articles about Ukraine, if they can make that a criminal offense, they can come for you. They can shut down our civil liberties. So we're saying, hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges.
And again, but I do want to say that I support investigative journalists' right to tell the truth. I do not support the stenographers of the State Department. Get the CIA off CNN. Get the U.S. State Department off the New York Times and out of Daily Beast and Politico and stop the nonsense. They are now complicit with millions of deaths. And you know what they said when they misreported things about Ukraine? They said, well, it was to lift morale. Do you feel lifted? 45% of U.S. families can't afford to put food on their table. 45% right now. We have the highest inflation in 41 years. Over 500,000 people are without homes. And you're going to spend $90 million on a woman in a pantsuit so she can go to Taiwan and provoke China. And by the way, she was there for the semiconductors, that technology, right? But China just put a restriction on sand, so there goes that. So that was for nothing. I can think of so many ways to spend $90 million, can you? The media has to stop being complicit, and they're also, what they're doing is deplatforming, demonetizing, and threatening with jail. For instance, Alina Lip is another reporter I want to mention who is on the ground in Donbass right now, reporting the truth. Her government, she grew up in Germany, she was educated in Germany, and she shared with me directly, her bank account was frozen, her father's bank account was frozen, and if she goes back to Germany, she's facing 3 years in prison. And do you know why? Because she told the truth. The Ukrainian people in the Donbass region were glad to see the Russian soldiers. one, and we'll have a discussion. Meanwhile, I had been a Democrat. I'm no longer a Democrat. I don't know if the Democratic Party has noticed that I left, right? I left. I stand with Russia. I stand with China. I stand with Palestine. I stand with Syria. I stand with Venezuela. I stand with people. I stand with the Uhuru movement. We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. Let's begin.
We have here, before you go down, before you sit down, I want to present to you the International Solidarity and Truth Award. This is the Center for Political Innovations Award that we are giving to Tara Reid for actions in defense of international truth and solidarity in the pursuit of peace and justice. So this is for you.
We believe Tara! 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 We believe Tara!
Wow, it's pretty. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I feel a warmth and connection with community, and it reminds me of when I was a child with my mom with the Progressive Labor Party and the Committee Against Racism. I love the unity, and I am with you. I wanted to dedicate this to the Uhuru movement. I want to dedicate this to them. I want to dedicate this to the investigative reporters right now in Donbass that are facing Patrick Lancaster, Ava Bartlett, right? Alina Lip, Wyatt Reed. They're putting their lives and their livelihoods on the line to tell the truth. So while I'm here safe in this building with you, right now they're running from bombs and trying to get us the truth, and we've got to keep lifting them up. So thank you and solidarity.
All right. Thank you for that dynamic presentation. After the rioting was done, U.S. media kind of forgot about those communities. Well, Uhuru, they went out there because they saw black and brown people like themselves that were out there protesting and rioting, and they stayed there. And they've been there since 2014, providing services in the community, giving these young people in the community something constructive to do, not just go out and break shit to raise awareness about the conditions they're in, but ways to actually feed people and serve the community. And they've been there in St. Louis since 2014 doing constructive work. They have really escalated these programs. They have a farmer's market. They provide classes and services to pregnant mothers, and in particular in St. Louis, Missouri, and in St. Petersburg, Florida. They're trying to undo the damage that the U.S. Department of Justice and the state police and the local police and all the forces have been doing in communities like Ferguson, Missouri. And at the same time that they've done this community work, the African People's Socialist Party has also taken a firm anti-imperialist stance. They support China. They support Russia. They support Cuba. They support Iran. And when the United States started piling weapons into Kiev, they defended Russia's right to intervene.
This defensive war in Ukraine that Russia is actually waging against world colonial powers, not Ukraine as a single entity, but the U.S. and all colonial powers who have an interest in colonially dominating African people right here in this country and around the world and extracting resources from the majority of peoples on the planet. That system, this current system, is in severe crisis, and they cannot rule in the same old way.
Because of that, their homes were raided. Then months later, the federal government came out with an indictment, and it's charging them with being Russian agents. And it's trying to allege that the election campaign that they ran in St. Petersburg, Florida, was somehow interference in the U.S. electoral process.
4 activists associated with the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement and the African People's Socialist Party have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. The indictment from the U.S. Department of Justice accuses them of spreading Russian propaganda and cites simply some web conferences that they had, some Zoom meetings, some emails they sent out, as well as the fact that they have run routine election campaigns. Is this of concern to the Secretary General as an attack on human rights, freedom of assembly, etc.?
I frankly was not aware of the case before you mentioned it. Let me look into it and I will get back to you.
What's going on in Africa is directly connected to what's going on here. What's going on in Ukraine is connected to what's going on in Harlem. You know what I'm saying? It's an international global economy that's all connected.
Because they go to conferences in Russia, this constitutes Russian meddling in the elections. The whole thing is ridiculous. It's completely, utterly ridiculous. They've been running these campaigns for years, since before I was born. Back in the 1970s, they were running people for office. Their platform of reparations, I mean, Marianne Williamson, she's a major Democrat candidate. She also says she believes in reparations. I mean, it's not a unique message that they have in that sense, but they have been targeted because they're doing what you're supposed to do. I mean, you know, at all of our meetings, we have a picture of Fred Hampton up on the stage because Fred Hampton, he built a free breakfast program. He organized what he called a rainbow coalition, uniting low-income people, white, black, brown, Arab, Latino, into one organization, you know, trying to build up community empowerment, trying to do community service projects while teaching Marxism and socialism. You know, we look at Fred Hampton as a great example of the American revolutionary tradition. And, you know, the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, you know, they don't like that we wave the American flag. They don't like that we consider ourselves patriotic. They have their own kind of unique analysis. They talk about what they call the colonial mode of production. That's not traditional Marxist thinking. And we don't agree with them on a number of issues, but it doesn't matter. We support them.
We all have to stand up and oppose the ideology of division and support an ideology of unity based upon our material interests, you know what I'm saying, to work together.
People who can't understand that, people who can't get past, you know, this or that, like, we got to put aside our differences and say that if they come for them, they come for all of us. If they go after them, they got to deal with all of us. That needs to be the attitude among anti-imperialists.
So, I'll just introduce this next song a little bit, and with a microphone. There's, you know, I don't know how many other people are, you know, have platforms where they're used to having audiences online. You know, one thing I've noticed over time is that this is not common to everybody. You know, we're not all broadcasters and podcasters. It's actually like only less than 5% of us or something. So, I mean, when social media that is dominating our means of communication for so many of us around the world, and when their algorithms change, a lot of people don't notice, like things like, you know, it used to be that if you were promoting a tour and you had tens of thousands of followers on a platform, you know, people would see your posts about it, you know, that all changed a long time ago. But the way that it's changed, to the degree that it's changed in the past few months, is extremely dystopic and alarming and Orwellian and everything else. And the extreme is so intense, like since the war in Gaza, the war on Gaza, everything I've posted, I've written like 6 songs, right? And on Twitter, they'll get tens of thousands of views, and on every other platform I posted combined, it's in the low hundreds. And that's, you know, and this is not just happening with those songs, it's happening with everything that I post. And one of the more extreme examples, like nothing ever goes viral for me on Facebook or on YouTube anymore, but one of the more extreme examples of something going viral that a couple of folks here used on their broadcasts as well was just last week, I guess it was. I was in Oslo, and on the same night that Stella Assange was in Oslo to receive the Ossietzky Prize for Julian, and the Ossietzky, if you read a bit about that guy's history, it couldn't be a more appropriate prize for Julian Assange, who is in prison, of course, for blowing the whistle on U.S. war crimes, among other things. And then Stella, who is, along with her team, just absolutely spectacular organizers, and also just really savvy at using the media, social media. You know, they did what used to work really well on a lot of platforms, you know, a little bit of clickbait, you know. Julian called while I was in the pub, and these musicians were playing, and then watch what happens next. You know, typical thing, right? So Julian Assange called her on her phone while she was sitting in the audience at the gig, and then we sang this song for Julian over the phone, which was beautiful, but it's also really good strategically in terms of getting people to click on a link, right? And it worked. Like on Twitter, I think it's been seen like 200,000 times now. On all the other platforms, hundreds of views in total. But this is a song I wrote so that Stella would have something to tell people who ask her, how did you meet your husband?
When Julian met Stella in the embassy, in the only room for 7 years that he would ever see, guarded by police with cops on every street, an unusual situation for the first time you should meet. When Julian met Stella, the time they spent was increasingly within the walls of a little tent, where they could have some privacy from the ever-present haze under which he was spending all his nights and days. When Julian met Stella, there was the chance of grace. Perhaps the president would decide to drop the case. They had 2 children beneath the watchful eyes of the Americans and British and all kinds of other spies. When Julian met Stella on Embassy Row, it was before he was abducted and forced to go to Belmarsh prison without a chance to speak, awaiting the extradition that the USA seeks. When Julian met Stella, the folks at the UN and people all around the world spoke out then. This journalist belongs among the free, not in prison for exposing crimes against humanity. When Julian met Stella,
so much, David.
I'll never forget the day that we had a meeting that I was begged to go to. I almost didn't want to go to it. And they had a meeting and they said, you know, we're planning Black Lives Matter protests at our office. You know, we're planning these Black Lives Matter protests at our office every week. And there's like 80 people who come to our office, but not a single one of them has joined the party. And why is that? And they pointed to me, the only person under the age of 70 in the room, well, 60 maybe, and they pointed to me, they said, Caleb, you're a young person, tell us, why are none of these young people that come to our office every week to organize Black Lives Matter protests, why are they not joining us? I said to them, they're not joining because they don't agree with you. People don't join an organization that is sympathetic to China and North Korea and Cuba because they think protests are really cool and they saw it on Twitter. People join revolutionary organizations that are dedicated to bringing socialism because they're one to a political line, because they're fighting for a whole new world, and engaging in tailism is not going to do it. It requires political innovation. And then, I've talked many times about how in 2013 I went to the World Festival of Youth and Students in Quito, Ecuador. And I went to that World Festival of Youth and Students, and it was amazing. I met communists from Africa, communists from Asia, communists from Latin America, communists from Angola, communists from Vietnam, communists from Indonesia, communists from corners of the world that were very different from our own. And they all said, basically, more or less, in very polite and careful words, they said, what's wrong with American communists? Why are you guys so weird? What is wrong with you guys? And why is it that over the course of the last 50 years, you guys have never built up a base among the population? Why is it you don't have big trade unions like we have? Why do you not have members of parliament aligned with you? What is going on? When I listen to American communists, I hear something completely different than what our movement is about. Those words burned in my head, and I couldn't unhear them. They burned in my head.
And then, as Lily talked about, I went on a ship to Yemen. And, you know, I was on that ship for 13 days. And on some level, I think I did not know how much danger I was in when I was on that ship. I think I was just kind of on autopilot. But for those who may not be aware, the Israeli government and the Saudi government both put out a memo saying that we were smuggling weapons to Yemen, which we were not doing. And then I saw U.S. fighter planes flying over our head, like nosediving. I was very afraid. I was very scared. And I thought about my life. And I thought about the people in Yemen. And I thought about the people who were struggling. And then, on that ship, I did a lot of reflection. Why am I here? Why am I doing this? What is this about? What is this about? And that's when I realized that I didn't become a communist when I was 15. I didn't become a communist at Occupy Wall Street. I became a communist when I was a small child in Ohio. And I was going to vacation Bible school at a Lutheran church that my grandmother attended. In a little, the whole church, you could not see another building for the whole place. It was surrounded completely by cornfields. It was a tiny little Lutheran church, a vacation Bible school. I learned about somebody who said that the last shall be first and the first shall be last. And I learned about somebody who stood up and challenged the rich and powerful, who said it's easier for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven. And, you know, here in the little red book, it's written, in the little red book, it says, "To die for the people is weightier than Mount Tai, but to work for the fascists and to die for the exploiters and the oppressors is lighter than a feather." Well, the reason that I got interested in communism, even though I didn't realize it at the time, was because I learned about somebody who died for the people. I learned about somebody who died for the people. I learned that there's more to life than money, there's more to life than fame, there's something to live for. Those values were instilled in me, and that's why I was on that ship. And I couldn't deny that. And, you know, you can talk about different things, but that's why I was on that ship at that moment. And then I've told this story about how when I got back to Iran, they took me to see the supreme leader of Iran, and I heard the supreme leader speak, and I was the only American standing in an auditorium of 20,000 people who were chanting, "Death to America, death to America," and tears poured down my face. And I thought, my God, and I thought about my family, and I thought about the people who grew up in a small town like mine and how they're suffering, and how the forces that the people around the world have called America have been just as vicious to them. Well, not just as vicious, they've been pretty vicious to them. They've driven down their living standards. You know, 3 people I went to high school with and graduated from high school with died from opioids. I only graduated with 115 people. And I think about that. I think about the neighborhoods where they're unpaving the roads, and that these big bankers and these monopolies have no loyalty to the people of this country. I came back to the United States, did some thinking. Then I was kind of forced out of the political group I was in, didn't exactly quit, wasn't exactly expelled. I was traveling around the country during the 2016 elections, and I kept thinking about all that I'd reflected on over the years. I kept thinking about how bad the situation was in the country. I went to cover Bernie rallies, talked to Bernie supporters, and I thought these people need to hear about communism. I talked to Trump supporters at Trump rallies, and I heard what they said, and I said, these people need to know about communism. And I saw the economy, and I saw the stock market, and I saw the suffering, and I said, God damn it, if no one else is going to build a ship, I need to. No, I don't think I have a message from God. Someone's going to clip that and say that's what I said. No, I don't think I have a message from God. Did you ever think that a black man named Barack Hussein Obama would be elected president of the United States? And did you ever think that Donald Trump would be elected president of the United States? And did you ever think that on the last day of Donald Trump's presidency, or on the last, at the very end, on January 6th, a bunch of rednecks would run through the White House, the Capitol building with horns on their head and act crazy? And did you ever think that all these kids on Twitter that are all calling everyone's a Nazi this and a Nazi that, and everyone's a Nazi, 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 would then start fundraising and doing everything they could to support actual Nazis in Ukraine? I don't need some message from God to tell me where we're headed. I'm just trying to tell you what's right in front of your face. It's right in front of your face, if you can see it. A storm is coming. A storm is going to come. I didn't try to see this. I told you I tried really hard not to see this. And I'm going to be open and honest with all of you right now, because I doubt myself sometimes. I'm not perfect. I'm just a guy. I'm doing this because no one else is doing it and it needs to be done. And it's difficult. They've told every lie about me that they can tell, and they are just getting started. And sometimes we know how they operate. They take things that might be true, mistakes you've made, and they twist them into things they absolutely are not. They do everything they can to try and take you down. And like I said, I'm not a perfect person. I've made big mistakes in my life. I'm not ashamed of it. And I'm not here to defend Caleb Maupin. I'm not here to convince you Caleb Maupin's a good guy or he's a perfect guy. I'm here to call out the imperialists. I'm here to do what needs to be done. And no one else is doing it, and I'm going to keep doing it. What they've done to me is nothing to what they've done to Tara Reid. She's an inspiration to all of us. This is the woman you should be clapping for. Now, what's behind the crisis? What's behind this crisis that we're facing? Well, we can find the answer. We can find the answer in the Communist Manifesto. This is what Karl Marx wrote back in 1848. He said, in these crises, there breaks out an epidemic that in earlier epochs would have seemed an absurdity. The epidemic of overproduction. Society suddenly finds itself put back into a state of momentary barbarism. It appears as if famine, a universal war of devastation, had cut off the supply of every means of subsistence. Industry and commerce seem to be destroyed. And why? Because there's too much civilization, too much means of subsistence, too much industry, too much commerce. The conditions of bourgeois society are too narrow to comprise the wealth created by them. And how does the bourgeoisie get over these crises? On the one hand, by enforced destruction of a mass of productive forces, and on the other, by the conquest of new markets, through the exploitation of the old ones. And that is to say, by paving the way for more extensive and more destructive crises, and by diminishing the means whereby the crises are prevented. The high-tech economy that they've created doesn't have a place for industrial workers in it. They have gotten so good at producing iPhones and iPads and every product that you want, and they've gotten so good at hiring as few people to do it, that now millions of us, as I've said before, stand outcast and starving amid the wonders we have made. And they've got two solutions to solve this. One, degrowth. Drive down our living standards, drive down our wages, make us all poorer, drive in poverty, grind us all into poverty. And two, have a big, huge war with their competitors in Russia, China, Venezuela, and Iran. That's their way out of the crisis. But we also have the opportunity to see the storm that's coming and to swing into action and do what needs to be done. But deeper than the fact that we have a crisis of the economic system of capitalism that's built in, we're heading toward what I think might be the ultimate big goddammerung of capitalism. In addition to that, I think that there's a deeper crisis in the country. because ideology is important. And I tell people what ideology is. Ideology is basically, imagine that you're driving a car. You're driving a car down the road, you know where you're going, you know where you came from, and you know how you're getting there. Your ideology is what enables you to go through life, right? You know where you came from, you know where you're going, you know how you're getting there. And of course, we can all imagine that, well, you know, what if we had a Joe Biden moment and suddenly we were driving down the road and didn't know where we were going and didn't know where we came from, and well, we'd stop the car because we didn't know where we were going. Well, by depriving people in the United States of ideology, that's kind of what's happening. Now, we know the ideology that was here before was bullshit. America's the greatest country in the world. Right. Capitalism is the only system that's ever worked. That's all bullshit. We know that. But you can take down those Confederate statues. You can burn the American flag. But if there's nothing to replace it, there's nothing to believe in, there's nothing to start building and constructing, you're just going to stop the car. And that's why I want to make abundantly clear, you know, there's a beautiful, how do we do this? Yeah. There's a beautiful song that they sing in China. And it's called the Lei Fang song. They sing it in honor of one of the great martyrs of the revolution, Lei Fang. And one of the lyrics of the song, I kid you not, is, know where you are going and know where you came from. Know where you are going and know where you came from. And in China, you know, every child on their first day of school is given a red scarf. And they're told that that's their little piece of the Chinese flag. And the red stands for all the people who died to get China where it is today, and that they get to wear that around their neck. They're young pioneers. They wear red scarves, and that's what it is. They know where they're going. They know where they came from. Well, I know where I'm going. And I know where I came from. Now, will you come with me? Will you come with me? Will you come with me?
Dare to win. A world beyond imperialism. Uhuru comrades. As you know, my name is Omali Shatella. I'm chairman of the African People's Socialist Party and leader of the International Uhuru Movement and African Revolution. I bring greetings to this convention of the Center for Political Innovation from the International Central Committee of our party and from the entire globally based Uhuru movement. While we are a small organization, we are active on at least 3 continents that include several locations in Africa, Europe, and North America. You will have noticed that I opened my salute to the convention with the slogan Demand Uhuru. This slogan was popularized in the world by the Kenyan Land and Freedom Army, commonly known as Mau Mau, that fought a revolutionary anti-colonial war against the British Empire in Kenya from the early 1950s to 1960s, when the resistance was crushed by Britain after the murder of at least 300,000 Africans by the colonizers. It was the courageous struggle by the Kenyan Land and Freedom Army, or Mau Mau, that gave the Kiswahili word uhuru its revolutionary significance. It was this inspirational slogan that the masses of Africans shouted all over the Congo following the installation of Patrice Lumumba as Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo in 1960, following the formal removal as Belgium as the direct colonial overlord.
About why it is that our Western capitalist economy is crashing and burning. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to do some math. And I hate math. Do you know why I hate math? Because I grew up in America. I went to public school in the United States of America, so I am going to, at risk of embarrassing myself, because math was never my best subject, I am going to do some mathematics here on the board for you to explain the problem.
I very much enjoyed Caleb's speech.
So if you are creating a product, right, if you're a factory owner, you're making a product,
you are going to need the material through which that product is made, the manufacturing materials. So that'll be A.
The simple equation you put forward to explain the crisis of overproduction and the falling rate of profit.
And you're probably going to need to transport the product to where it's sold. That's B.
It broke down where your money goes.
You're also going to have to pay your labor costs. Labor costs are represented by C.
Explanations of those concepts that people are able to understand.
Then when consumers purchase the product, they're going to pay a final price. And that final price is D. However, there's a problem with that.
I like the fact that he framed it that way to make it very clear.
Which is that the capitalist can't change how much A costs. He can't change how much B costs. So the profit of the capitalist can only be extracted from the value put into it by the worker. And this is the basis of Marxism, the understanding of surplus value.
I've never seen it explained so simply anywhere. I've never been able to explain it that simply.
So C, the labor value, is divided. You have C1, which is what the worker actually gets paid, and then you have C2, which is the profit that the capitalist makes. And it all adds up to D, which is the final cost of the product. Now, the way people in the United States who talk about Marxism generally talk about this is they say, well, this is unfair. They say the worker is not getting paid the full value of his labor. But they're missing one of the most important points, which is not just that it's unfair and then people argue, well, what about the employer? He put up the money, doesn't he deserve to be? That's all a distraction. Because the important thing to understand is this. C1 is always going to be less than D. The wages paid out to the worker are never enough to buy back the product that he produces. There is always more products created than there are wages paid out to the worker. And this is the built-in problem of capitalism, the problem of overproduction. And it is always there in the capitalist economy. It never goes away. And they have invented all kinds of crazy mechanisms to try and deal with the problem of overproduction. Part of the reason that the US government has purchased billions and billions of dollars worth of cheese only to bury it in a cave in Springfield, Missouri, is to deal with this problem. It is an ongoing present problem, and it's a problem acknowledged by most capitalist economists. John Maynard Keynes said the problem was underconsumption rather than overproduction, but he was pointing to the same problem. The military-industrial complex in the United States is an effort to deal with this problem, to keep spending going. There's all kinds of mechanisms that they've invented to try and resolve this problem, but it gets worse. What is the capitalist always trying to do? He wants to maximize the amount of profit he makes. And one of the main ways they do that is with what's called labor-saving technology. Get rid of workers and replace workers with machines. As they eliminate workers from the process of production, as there's fewer and fewer workers involved, as machines take the place of workers, the role of C in production decreases. There's a little bit of a problem with that. As C goes down, C2 also goes down, right? As C decreases, C2 also decreases. And as the role of the worker in production is reduced, the rate of profit that the capitalist makes goes down. And this is called the tendency of the falling rate of profit. Only human labor creates value. And this is something that Adam Smith acknowledged. This is something some of the popes even acknowledge. Human labor creates all value. And so when you reduce the role of human labor in production, the amount of value created decreases, and the ability of the capitalist to extract surplus value also decreases. So this causes the capitalist to have to churn out even more products because he's making less and less of a profit on the overall product. He's making less and less of a percentage, so he has to churn them out. So this problem of the worker never being able to buy back what he produces and more products being created than are necessary, this problem becomes exacerbated. And this points to what is understood to be the deeply irrational nature of the capitalist system.
30 years ago this spring, I was also in this park demonstrating against war. It occurred to me just now. Back in the early 80s, the United States was at war in Central America, funding death squads in El Salvador, and the Contras in Nicaragua, and the massacres of massive numbers of indigenous people in Guatemala. The U.S. had invaded Panama, of all places. Anyway, we had lots of demonstrations here in this very square back 40 years ago. One of the consequences of all those wars in Central America back then, all the people at the border of Mexico right now, if the U.S. had left those countries alone, those countries would have been allowed to develop. Just as they had their nationalist leaders who all they wanted to do was develop their economies. And the U.S. wouldn't let them because U.S. corporations wanted to get their hands on their resources. And now the long-term consequences are the people who have survived those wars, their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, have no way to make a living and are trying to get into this country just to make a wage and causing all kinds of agita here in the U.S. And then 10 years later, I mean, every decade, and you know, if I lived in New York, I would have been here in the late 70s and the late 60s. This fight against the U.S. government waging war all around the world has been going on way too many generations. And I think we now have an opportunity, this time, with all these generations waking up. This time it isn't just us old anti-war people from back in the day. It's a lot of young people, it's middle-aged people, it's all kinds of people who can't help but notice what bullshit is going on, both domestically and abroad. That none of this makes any sense at all. And this time it's much more dangerous in terms of the possible catastrophe. That we're on the brink of actually blowing up the whole world. Our government is. Our government. So, it's a beautiful afternoon. Whether you have time today to join us to walk up to the UN or take the subway up there, a lot of religious people are gathering to try to get people to wake up to the danger of World War III. If you have time to join us, please do. If you don't, pay attention, please. Pay attention to the next time you hear about an anti-war demonstration or any kind of activity where you can go out and help people understand. We all have to do something, each one of us. Thank you.
This is a wrinkle I was waiting because I really want to give a positive impression before I say something that, anyway, there's a certain person, won't name them, right? Yeah. Now, we were on a beautiful lake. You know, we had basically a vacation house that we were staying at, and we had a beautiful lake, and this person took me out on the lake, just me and this person.
Yeah, on a little rowboat. There were rowboats.
Yeah, just on a little rowboat, and told me that they think that this whole thing is a cult. This whole thing is brainwashing, and here's why. And at the time, my mind was so full of everything going on. You know, it's like your mind is completely full of all the activities and all the education and all this stuff. And you hear something like that, and you can't process it at that moment. You really, they don't want to, anyway, took advantage of me being mentally highly loaded, right? And told me these things that gave me these doubts and these confusions about maybe this is a cult. Maybe this whole thing, the purpose is not to educate people about socialism. It's not to try to build an effective org, but it's to make me Caleb's puppet, Caleb's little soldier, right? And I had to really think about it afterwards. I did, because I don't know. I had never done anything like this before. You know, I had never been part of a political org that brought people together in such a special and unique way, you know, and was so dedicated to these great things. It almost seemed too good to be true in a way, you know? And so I was thinking, you know, all these things. And over time, I realized complete con. It's complete wrecker behavior on part of this person trying to deceive me. And the fact that I was almost deceived, and the fact that I had to seriously consider it before I reconsidered my whole experience with Lynn Valley and said, what was cult? There was not a single cult activity going on. There was nothing at all that was going to determine my behavior and thought as a free individual. Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
You could be completely liberal and open, come to that whole thing, go through the whole thing, come out of it just as liberal and open as you were before. There was no, I mean, I can't think of a single cult thing that happened the whole time. The chanting, okay, so Black Lives Matter is a cult then, because that's what they did. They all chanted in unison, right? So is that are they a cult? Because I don't hear anyone calling Black Lives Matter a cult, and they sure did a lot more chanting than we did, you know. So yeah, it's exactly. It's like saying summer camp is a cult. It's just crazy because you think you're not vulnerable to somebody trying to manipulate you into thinking these things. You think you're not vulnerable to it, but you actually are. You actually are. And looking back on it, I understand why I was able to be tricked, but at the same time, it's just so ridiculous.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense at all. And this is a warning, right? If you're listening to this right now, this is a warning, because somebody that you trust, somebody that seems nice, is going to lead you astray, and they are going to say things that are not true, and you're going to have to deal with that, right? And that's the reality of political organizing. There are going to be people that come and try to lead you astray. There will be people that you trust that you shouldn't have trusted. And that's the reality. And I don't want to overemphasize this, because the relationships of trust that I've built with many members of CPI, I want them to last, right? And I want to feel good about them. And I do feel good about them, right? But at the same time, be wary. Be wary, because the one person who has one or two criticisms of CPI, yeah, it's a cookbook, right? They're going to cook me. The one person who seems to have maybe one or two reasonable criticisms of CPI, but doesn't bring them to the leadership of the org, right? Doesn't make them an internal discussion, but instead tries to recruit members into a group of dissident wreckers, right? That person is going to seem very reasonable at first, until you maybe think about it enough, right? If you're smart, if you've got a nose for it, right? Even being in IWW PSL, I saw wrecking attempts against us in those groups, right?
Yeah.
And so I did have a bit of a nose for it, to be honest. You know, I caught on pretty quickly to what was going on, but seriously.
This was some classic, like, government infiltration, cult awareness network, Steve Hassan's people. And what was most crazy about it is, if we were some kind of brainwashing authoritarian group, the last thing that would ever be allowed to happen was for you to go off on your own in the middle of the day, on a boat with one other member, so he could plant your head full of anti-CPI stuff. And that these wreckers, we found out, they weren't even participating in the classes, and we let them. They wanted to go outside and have a cigarette for the whole day and just sit out there and smoke and talk smack against the group, and we let them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which, again, if this was some kind of authoritarian group, we would have seen them doing that, and seen them. I think Tyler used the phrase "too cool for school." Basically, they formed their little huddle outside of the building where the classes were going on. They formed their little huddle to smoke cigarettes and talk smack the whole time. And we allowed it to go on because it's a pretty open group, and it was pretty wild, and we now found out, we see who these people were connected to. More revelations have come out. Turns out now we have confirmation that they were getting paid. They got paid to do what they did. We have a screenshot. One of them has admitted that, right? Have you seen this? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I didn't know that.
Oh, there we go.
It
Let me pull it up.
surprise me, but
let me pull it up. Yeah, this is very important. Yeah. Let me pull it up here. Yeah. He admitted on one of the people that signed the document against us, admitted it was paid work. And that was pretty big. Let me just see if here it is. Yeah, there we go. The guy, he was a member of CPI, Yankee Tanky, and he has now admitted in a tweet that it was paid work. This is what he said. He said, They spend all your time attacking you because they are paid, just like the Medium article, which he would know because he signed it. That was a paid for attack. People were paid to do that to you.
That's
So
what we all suspected.
yep, that's what we all
Confirmed.
suspected.
Confirmed. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and so, this was some heavy level government infiltration, right? And everything these people said has been pretty well debunked. And you were one of the people they tried to recruit to their sinister wrecking operation. So that was kind of neat. That's kind of a neat experience, right? And that kind of shows, there's a whole history of informers and infiltrators and all of that. And that's how you're doing serious politics. If we were just being silly and going for a walk in the park, none of this stuff would concern us. But when you're in the game for real, this is when you get deep state intelligence kind of operations being waged against you. And I exposed that Dr. Steve Hassan, the Cult Awareness Network guy, I exposed that he's an advisor to ContraPoints. He's an advisor to Vosh. He's an advisor to the BreadTube people. He's been helping them to put out their content, and they apparently did not like that. One of our members' families was upset about him spending a lot of time with us and going out of state with us. And one thing led to another, and he got in touch with them. And now we understand how this attack was carried out. And I mean, it shows you that these forces are real, but your story certainly doesn't end last July. So you've got a lot more to say. So why don't you continue, Sam? Tell us more.
Right. So of course, after I was able to digest my Lynn Valley experience and realize it's like cult chanting? What? Oh,
Yeah.
It's the fact that we were encouraged to have personal friendly conversations with each other. Is that what it is? Anyway, and and there are signs too. There are signs. Being in a separate group is one thing, right? Being in a separate group, not talking to leadership. There's signs that you can use to detect these type of people, and I think our organization is a lot more resistant now. I think the people that stayed with us throughout this whole thing are way more reliable and trustworthy. So I'm actually in a way I'm glad, because a lot of people they were liabilities, right?
Yeah.
If you were able to be recruited to that, you were a liability. I'm sorry. And I'm in a way I'm glad. But let's move on to these other experiences, right?
Sure,
I want to give
because
you.
we relaunched in November of that year, and and you were right back with us at the time of the relaunching. You were consulted with on the relaunch video and everything. So why don't you continue your story?
Right. So after that, I've seen a CPI. I don't know if you'd call it a gathering, right? But that was the more internal educational type thing, which did have new people in it, right? They always have new people and all this stuff, but it was more of an internal deal. It was less public facing, right? And the conferences, right? These are the shows, right? And these are the places, and it's fun. It's fun to be a showman, and it is fun to have these ceremonies, and it can actually be very serious too. I went to Chicago, was my first one. I remember it very well. And I went with Sage, right? So hi Sage. I don't know if he can hear me. I'm in his house right now, actually. But anyway, I went with Sage to Chicago, and I remember going there. I remember meeting the Uhuru people. We had people from Uhuru actually there, and they were very friendly, and we had interesting conversations.
Well, the raid on their homes had just happened July 29th of last year. And so I heard about those raids. My phone was going off all morning. All kinds of people were calling me from RT, from WBAI, saying that this had happened. And so we said, we have to support them, and we showed their press conference on our YouTube channel. And then we called them up, and they said, all right, we're going to send people to your conference. And they did. That was great. And Tara Reid was also at that conference, and Garland Nixon, and Nick Brana. I mean, that was a really, really powerful conference. Do you want to talk about that?
Oh, it was just great. I mean, I remember the powerful speeches. Tara Reid, I was crying when she started talking about Palestinian children and all this. And it was, I mean, really, it's one thing to see it on the screen. It's another thing to be there among all the people watching, and and the thing is, this is my advice for members going to the conference, though. Always remember, the goal is, yes, it's to bring people into the physical conference, but it's also the camera that's sitting back there.
Sure.
Please pay attention. Don't stand in front of the camera. Please don't stand in front of the camera. Don't let the camera see you picking your nose. Okay? Right. Remember, the purpose is to get a message out there, right? And it's showmanship. And that's why we choreograph it. That's why we have songs. You think people just spontaneously burst out in song for no reason?
Of course not. Yeah.
No, we plan it all, right? And that's yeah, exactly. And it's fun to do it. It is fun to do it. Sometimes we have, more or less experienced speakers or musicians on stage. If you want to get on stage and you work hard to get something for the conference, you should do it, because the more you do it, the better you'll get, and the more professional we're going to look as an org. I want to get a suit soon so I can help represent the org just by looking the part.
Yeah, what we do is not that much different than what the Democrats do, what the Republicans do. You put on a show for your conference. They obviously do it with a huge budget. We obviously don't have a huge budget, but take a look at what the economic freedom fighters just did, in South Africa. That was an amazing, huge budget show to promote anti-imperialism and socialism. And it's been going all over the web, and they had red berets just like we did, right? Remember that? Yeah.
Well, I didn't personally see it, but
yeah.
Okay, but I'm sure it was great, right? They have a very important political role, the EFF, seeing the CPI doing these things. And the funny thing is, it's like our budget CPI compared to PSL. PSL pulls in so much money from its members, and it has actually millionaire donors, right, that support things affiliated with PSL, like the People's Forum. And they put on a show that's cheaper than, it looks cheaper than anything CPI did. Way less professional, total mess. And
everything I see other communists do is boring and woke.
Yes, boring and woke.
Yeah. I don't get it. It's there. I have been to so many communist events that there's no music. There's nothing. It's just person after person reading a statement on behalf and looking with an angry look on their face. And then on top of that, the politics that you hear are not genuine, revolutionary, working class, populist, anti-imperialist politics. You're hearing about, white skin privilege and transgender theory and intersectionality and all this stuff that's, maybe there's some truth in some of it, but it ain't Marxism, and it's not what I came here to talk about. I could talk about that at a university. I could take gender studies if I wanted to talk about that. I came here to talk about Marx, Lenin, and Mao, and Stalin, and Enver Hoxha, and Che Guevara, and Deng Xiaoping, and that's what I came here for, and, that's what CPI is for.
Absolutely. And I love learning from you, Caleb, and, that's CPI's goal, is to give people that unique educational, and history is interesting, right? History doesn't have to be this boring rote thing. No, there's so many stories in history. There's so much interesting and crazy stuff that's happened throughout the communist movement. And you need to get that charisma up and really try to get people enthused and find these nuggets, right? And really engage people. And I'm not just saying you, because you already do that, but just in general, CPI, I love to see when we're great showmans. I just love to see it. And I think we've gotten better at it. Every conference is bigger and better than the last one. And I love to see that stuff.
It exacerbates this problem. And we're living in the period where the computer revolution has sped forward our ability to create with iPhones and iPads and 3D printers. They're doing things that they never could have imagined before. And in a rational society, that would be great. But we don't have a rational economic system. We have an irrational economic system. And under capitalism, your only value is your ability to sell yourself to a boss. And so because of that, this huge technological leap is leading us toward a bigger and bigger economic disaster. And so there's one faction in the ruling class, the ultra-rich, and they have a solution. And you know what their solution is? Degrowth. Grind us all into poverty. And they've been doing it around the world. Iraq used to be a prosperous, independent country selling oil in the international markets. And what did they do? They ground Iraq into poverty. They bombed it and destroyed it. Libya used to be the most prosperous country on the African continent. And now it is in ruin and destruction, and they export about 10% of the oil that they used to export. Afghanistan was kept in chaos for 20 years. The USA didn't stabilize Afghanistan. The USA kept Afghanistan unstable. They kept the drug lords operating. They helped the terrorist groups continue to do what they're doing. They were not trying to stabilize the country. And this degrowth, which is really what imperialism is. Imperialism is about holding back economic development. It's about keeping the world poor. They have decided that to save their system, it's not enough just to do it to Africa now. It's not enough just to do it to Asia and Latin America now. Now they're going to do it to Ohio and Pennsylvania and Texas and every corner of this country. And this middle class that they propped up to stabilize their society, they've decided they can't afford it anymore. That's what they've decided. They've decided they're going to terminate the middle class. And they're doing it to save their system. But not all the capitalists agree about this. There's many capitalists who say, no, I don't want my profits to go down. No, I don't want people to be too poor to buy my products. It's the ultra-rich, the bankers, the oil monopolists. They're the ones that have this degrowth agenda. They're the ones at the World Economic Forum. But there's a lot of lower-level capitalists who don't want to go along with it. They just want to make money. It's not that they're good. It's not that they're moral. It's just that they just want to make money. And that gives us a great opportunity. At the beginning of the Cold War, the Communist Party of the United States, William Z. Foster, they all came out with a statement about what they were for. And if you asked them what they were for, yeah, they were for socialism down the road. But they understood that the road to socialism in America was the construction of an anti-monopoly government. A government combining the forces that were against the big monopolies. A government that represented the working class and the labor unions, a government that represented the small farmers, a government that represented the small business owners, a government that even represented members of the capitalist class that were anti-war and against the big monopolies in their drive. And the Communist Party, they said, we want to build an anti-monopoly government and an anti-war government, a government that does not want to engage in war. And if you're a serious Marxist, you understand that that is your responsibility. Your responsibility isn't to just scream into the void and be angry. Your responsibility is to try and build an anti-monopoly government, an anti-monopoly coalition. And if you take your job seriously, that is what you should be doing. Now, I want a couple volunteers to come up and unfold something I've got here. Yeah, unfold that, yeah. All right, so now we know what this is. This is the Chinese flag. But it has a particular meaning, and this is what we need to remember. These 4 stars, they represent what was called the block of 4 great classes, the block of 4 classes. And it was the peasants, it was the workers, it was the middle peasants, those are like small farmers, people who owned their own land, and it was the national capitalists. And the Communist Party unified all of them. And that's what this big star here, that stands for the Communist Party. And the Trotskyites and the ultra-left elements, they looked at the Chinese Revolution when they were victorious in 1949, and they said, well, that's not real communism. That's not real Marxism. Marxism is a dictatorship of the proletariat, and you're talking about a block of 4 classes. That's not real. That doesn't count. But the Chinese communists, they had a response. And what was their response? And they said, well, China, the majority of our population are peasants, and the main contradiction is imperialism. So we have created a block of 4 classes, but it is real socialism because it is led by the Communist Party. And they said the Communist Party has a proletarian ideology. Proletarian ideology. You guys can sit down now. Where does the word proletarian come from? Well, we have to go back to ancient Rome, don't we? Does anyone know what the word proletarian literally means? It actually literally means one who has children. That is the definition of a proletarian. That's really what it means. The class, the ones who procreate. And the reason that was the term used for certain people in ancient Rome is in Rome you had slave owners and you had slaves, and the proletarians were neither slaves nor masters. And all they had were their children. They didn't own any land, they didn't own any property, but no one else owned them. They were the class that had nothing but their children. The only way they could have property is if they had children. Your children were considered to be part of your property. And the proletariat had never existed before until ancient Rome. You know, in other societies, you know, you have slaves, you have masters, you have serfs, you have landowners. There'd never been a proletariat before. And that's why when great kings from all over the world, when Cleopatra and others visited Rome, they were shocked because they knew that Rome was the capital of the world. This was the capital of the modern world, the center of this global empire. But they would see homeless people on the streets. They would say, how can this be? How can this be? Well, that's because when you have proletarians, you have homeless people. Because if the proletarian can't sell their labor, they can't survive. And so this great city had a big problem of all these crowds of desperately poor and homeless people. And Julius Caesar, part of the way he built up his power is he became a champion of the proletariat. And he started passing laws to help the proletariat and things like that. And that's part of why he was killed. This is what you have to remember about Rome. See, back in Rome, you know, we understand, you know, they had the polytheism, where they believed in different gods. And the way Rome was set up was that every section of society, they had their own rites and religious practices. You know, the navy of Rome, they worshiped the god Neptune, and they had a special temple for the god of the ocean, Neptune, and they had special rituals that only sailors would engage in because they were worshiping the god Neptune. There were parts of the military that worshiped Mars, who was the god of war, and they had certain ceremonies they would engage in, and these were called the mystery cults, right? It was based on your profession. You prayed to a certain god, you engaged in certain rituals. There were certain teachings that you learned as you became, if you were a sailor for a few more years, you'd learn more about the legend of Neptune and his life. And these were called the mystery religions, the mystery cults. This is how Rome was set up, as they had this. And as the proletariat in Rome started organizing and started withholding their labor and saying to the employers, you know, the pipe fitters and the bricklayers, they started to develop their own mystery religion. A lot of them were from Greece. A lot of them were Jews from Palestine. And when they would get together and organize as the proletariat, they started to worship their own God. And they started to have their own mystery religion, if you will call it that. And they started to worship Jesus the carpenter. Woo! This is a historical fact. Go read The Foundations of Christianity by Karl Kautsky. Christianity as a religion began as the political expression of the Roman proletariat. That's what it began as. The proletarians were asserting their rights and fighting back against their employers. They developed their own mystery religion. They worshipped a craftsman just like they were. A lot of them were Jews from Palestine. And they began to organize and to fight for the rights of the proletariat. And, as we know, back in ancient Rome, the Romans were not particularly thrilled about this, you know, and that Christians were being persecuted, etc. But after the Christians continued, and after so many of them had been fed to lions, and so many of them had been burned at the stake, and it still existed, there started to be some within the Roman ruling elite who started to say, well, you know, maybe there's parts of this Christianity thing that we can co-opt for ourselves. You know, we have this problem with homeless children. These Christians, they build orphanages. So maybe we could like find some good Christians to build orphanages and deal with this homeless children problem, you know? And all over the empire, you know, we have all these people fighting against us. And when they rally against us, they always have their own God they rally around. But these Christians, they believe in only one God. So we could outlaw all the other gods and just have one God. And so you saw Christianity being co-opted and adjusted and taken from being a revolutionary movement and turned into a mechanism for stabilizing the empire. And the Christians, when the early Christians were talking, they were talking about how one day Jesus was going to return and he was going to tear down the empire. And they were going to create a society where the last shall be first and the first shall be last. And those who were loyal reigned for 1,000 years. However, as Christianity was getting watered down and adjusted, it started to become, well, you know, you should obey the Roman Empire because, you know, look ahead to the next life. Think about the next life, you know, be obedient and submissive. And Christianity was being watered down and adjusted to serve the needs of the Roman Empire. And if you think about it, that's a lot like something that's happened to our movement. There are elements that have taken socialism, the movement of the proletariat and turned it into a mechanism for trying to stable their empire. You know, I mean, you think about Jesus Christ. How would Jesus Christ feel if he returned now to see a church with a Ukrainian flag supporting the neo-Nazis in it? But then, dare I go there?
Go there.
How would Lenin or Stalin or William Z. Foster or Gus Hall feel if they saw the disgraceful organization that calls itself the Communist Party USA? So much evil is being done in the name of our movement right now. What began as a movement to liberate the proletariat and destroy empires has been hijacked as a mechanism for trying to stabilize their empire. And people say, well, Caleb, don't be sectarian, don't be divisive, don't talk about this. We have a responsibility to talk about this. We have absolutely a responsibility to talk about this. If you want to read some angry writing, go and read the writings of Vladimir Lenin when World War I was breaking out. Because World War I would not have happened if it weren't for socialists who sold out and let it happen. And if the socialist movement had stuck to its principles and said, we'll never send workers to kill other workers, World War I wouldn't have happened. But they sold out, they abandoned their principles, and 20 million workers were sent to their deaths. And if you read Lenin's writings, this is what he says. Neither we nor anyone else can calculate precisely what portion of the proletariat is following or will follow the social chauvists and opportunists. This will be revealed only by the struggle, and it will be definitely decided only by the socialist revolution. And it is therefore our duty, if we wish to remain socialists, to go down lower and deeper to the real masses. Amen. This is the whole meaning and the whole purport of the struggle against opportunism. By exposing the fact that the opportunists and social chauvinists are in reality betraying and selling out the interests of the masses, that they are defending the temporary privileges of a minority of workers, that they are vehicles for bourgeois ideas and influences, that they are really allies and agents of the bourgeoisie, we teach the masses to appreciate their true political interests and to fight for socialism and for the revolution, all through the long and painful vicissitudes of imperialist war and imperialist armistices. The only Marxist line in the world labor movement is to explain to the masses the inevitability and the necessity of breaking with opportunism, and to educate them for revolution by waging a relentless struggle against opportunism, to utilize the experience of war to expose the utter vileness of national labor politics. So when we have a situation like this, where the imperialists are stirring us up for war against Russia, and we see organization after organization and entity after entity that speaks in the name of socialism supporting that, it is our duty to go lower and deeper to the real masses to expose the opportunists. That is what our job is. And it's not our job to try and please them. And it's not our job to try and go to them and accommodate them and be part of them. It is our job to go lower and deeper to the real masses to expose the opportunists. That is our job. We should be knocking on doors in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Kentucky and Minneapolis and wherever to tell people about why to oppose the synthetic left. That's what our job should be. Out of the movement! 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 I was on a show with libertarians, Pasta was here earlier, and, they were saying, well, Caleb, we see how corrupt the government of the United States is. Why would you want to expand the government? And I said, I want you to imagine we had a different kind of government. Instead of having a government that's weak and pathetic and rolled over and does whatever Jeff Bezos and Wall Street said, let's imagine for a moment that we had a government that kicked Jeff Bezos' ass. Let's imagine a government that fought against the rich and powerful and was strong enough to rejuvenate this country and rebuild it, and was strong enough to say that Russia and China and Iran and Venezuela would be great friends in doing so. They want growth, we want growth, and let's kick the degrowthers out of Washington, D.C. Imagine we had a government like that. And let me also add that Che Guevara, he very famously said that true revolutionaries are motivated by great feelings of love. And that's a cliche, it gets thrown out by socialists a lot, but it's really important for us to understand it now, because you can't organize people if you hate them. You can't organize people if you look down on them. You can't organize people if you think you're better than them. and that a lot of what passes for socialism these days is academic elitism, and it's contempt for the masses of people. They don't love the masses of people. So of course they can't organize them. We have to learn to love people, and it's hard. And there's a lot of backward ideas out there. But an old communist once said to me, it's the only working class we got, Caleb, and this is our responsibility. This is our responsibility. We have to do the hard work, and the hard work is not staying safe in our movement safe spaces and accommodating them and compromising our principles in order to appease them. The hard work is going out of the movement to the masses. That's right. You know, AOC, good night. I wanted to like AOC. You know, I'm photographed with AOC. Before she was AOC even, when she had just announced her campaign, I went to a reception and I wanted to like AOC. That's the wrong attitude to have, that we should want to just call out anybody, right? If there's this young woman and she's running for Congress and she believes in socialism, we should have wanted to like her, but you can't like her now because she's pro-imperialist. I mean, and she's made that abundantly clear. But we should try, right? We should have the attitude that anyone who comes along in the power structure could be an ally, and we should try to maintain alliances if possible. It's not possible with AOC. You know, I looked at that tweet she made at the Super Bowl. Did people see this? Yeah, so at the Super Bowl, there was a Christian group, and they made an ad. And the ad, it was, you know, it showed Jesus bringing people together, saying, love your enemies. It showed, like, children hugging each other and stuff like that. And it was, you know, it was promoting Jesus. She tweets out, I doubt Jesus would spend $1 million to make fascism look better. Wow. Well, that's reprehensible. No, I mean, you know, it'd be one thing if this was an ad opposing abortion or if this was an ad opposing gay marriage. This was just an ad promoting Christian love and brotherhood, and she calls it fascist. That's bigotry, you know? And if there was an ad for Islam and she responded that way, people would call it out. If there was an ad for Judaism and she responded that way, people would call it out. We ought to call that out. And we ought to say to our Christian brothers in the working class, AOC is pushing bigotry against you, and that's not okay. And you know, Ilhan Omar, you know, another member of our great squad, she posted, it was something about January 6th. And she said, well, people aren't rallying behind Trump because of their economic suffering, she said. She said, it's not because of economic hardships or injustice. She said, they're just losing their privilege. And I look at that ad and I think, you know, I'm a socialist because I believe everyone has the right to a job, has the right to housing, has the right to education. And when people are losing their jobs and homes, and when communities are falling apart, it's not someone losing their privilege. It's a violation of their rights. And this is an opportunity for solidarity. Now, you all are great. I've been talking to you all, and we've had some great speeches here, and, you know, I really want to spend my time in this room, but for just a moment, I want to speak to the isolated, lonely, negative, millennial or Zoomer communist who's watching this at home on YouTube, and I'm going to speak directly to them in the camera. You're watching this, and you're feeling a lot of negativity. And you're watching this, and you're frustrated, and you're angry. And your politics are motivated by anger and frustration. They're frustrated by isolation. And that's understandable in a society like the one we live in, where death is all around you. Death is everywhere in this society. People are dying of opioids. People are killing themselves. We've got the danger of a new world war hanging over our horizon. Death is everywhere. There's a huge effort from social media, from mainstream media, to try and get you to die. For just a moment, I want you to look inside of yourself and listen to the part of yourself that wants to live.
That's right!
If you're going to choose life, you're going to need brothers. You're going to need sisters. You're going to need comrades. You're going to need to learn to rely on people. You're going to need to learn to get along with people. You're going to need to learn to deal with people sometimes letting you down or doing things that disappoint you. But if you're going to live, you can't do it alone. You need a community. You need people to struggle with. And my whole adult life has been spent in communist organizations. And I can't imagine what life would be without this. But a lot of people say to me, Caleb, you got this great job as a reporter. Just, you know, make a YouTube video every so often. No. When it comes to politics, for me, it is all about building an organization. It is all about building a community. That's why we're here.
And we're here, and there's many people right now all over this country who are longing for something to believe in. And the ruling class is telling them that there is no truth. There is no God, there is no truth, there's nothing worth fighting for, there's nothing worth dying for. Just roll over and be degrown so we can save our system. And we are here to say we will resist. And we are going to build a solid block, and we are going to come together, and it's going to be difficult, and we're going to get on each other's nerves, and we're going to make mistakes, but it must be done. There is no alternative. We must build our organization. And
Hi everyone, it's Nick Brano with the People's Party, here with a message for all of you at CPI. I want to say it's always a joy to organize with you because you are fiercely anti-imperialist. You reject the terminal wokeness that has captured so much of the left. You reject the Democratic Party and lesser evil logic, just like we do at the People's Party. In fact, it was Caleb who told me originally that the Communist Party of the United States is supportive of the Democratic Party, and I found it unbelievable. I mean, how can communists call themselves supporters of the Democratic Party, the most warmongering, woke, fascistic party that has destroyed any kind of social safety net in this country?
What's bizarre is she's trying to frame herself as Miss Black Lives Matter, when in reality, Kamala Harris was the queen of mass incarceration. Kevin Cooper was hours away from receiving lethal injection. Hours away from it. His lawyers asked that DNA evidence be acquired in order to make sure he was actually guilty of the crime. Kamala Harris's office tried to prevent DNA evidence from being acquired. They wanted Kevin Cooper to be executed, but the governor of California disagreed. They acquired DNA evidence, and the execution was stopped. The New York Times tells us that she feels really bad about it, for whatever that means. And people can also recall that while she was head of the California State Attorney General's office, over 1,000 people were locked up for smoking marijuana. She presided over jailing a lot of people. And on top of that, the drug labs in the state of California that were being used by the police were turning up false positive results. And yet, Kamala Harris's office did not tell the defense attorneys or the judges about this. They knew that the drug labs were turning over false positives, and people went to prison because her office concealed that their drug labs were turning up false positives. And another thing about Kamala Harris, I don't know if people saw, but there's a video of Kamala Harris where she's bragging about how she jailed the parents of children who were truant from school.
I would not be standing here were it not for the education I received. And I know many of us will say the same thing. And I believe a child going without an education is tantamount to a crime. So I decided I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy. Well, this was a little controversial in San Francisco. And frankly, my staff went bananas. They were very concerned because we didn't know at the time whether I was going to have an opponent in my re-election race. But I said, look, I'm done. This is a serious issue, and I've got a little political capital, and I'm going to spend some of it.
Have you seen the clip? And she gets up there, and it's the same kind of thing. She's giggling. Yes, I had the idea that we could lock up parents who are truant from school. You know, I wouldn't be anywhere in my life if it weren't for my education, and so not giving a child their education is a crime, and so I jailed parents, and she's giggling about it. It's just so great. And, you know, I see so much in U.S. media. They like to trivialize incarceration. There's so many shows on Netflix and all of that where it ends towards the end where someone goes to jail, but it's part of the happy ending. It's okay. And they don't seem to realize what that means. You know, when one member of a family, when a father or a mother goes to prison, or a brother or a sister, it hurts the entire family. And when Kamala Harris is up there giggling about, oh, you know, I locked up these parents because their kids weren't in school. You know, yeah, kids need to be in school. When kids aren't getting to school, it's a problem. But the worst thing you could do is then throw their parents in jail. That's not going to help the situation in any conceivable way. But when she's joking about it, and she's laughing about it, Kamala Harris, she says, what did she say? She said, well, I wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for my education. It's about her. The big line when she was calling out Joe Biden, when she was trying to contend with Joe Biden in the presidential election, what did she shout at Joe Biden? She shouted, that little girl was me!
You know, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
And then her campaign started churning out t-shirts with the face of 10-year-old Kamala Harris on them. Do you remember this? Yes. It's almost like she wants us to vote for her because she was once a 10-year-old child. I mean, that's what it sounds like. What's particularly interesting is, you remember when Barack Obama was running for president. We knew everything about Barack Obama. We knew all about Barack Obama's pastor. We knew about Barack Obama's father from Kenya. We knew the school he went to in Indonesia. But Kamala Harris, barely anybody knows anything about Kamala Harris. Well, Kamala Harris's mother, who's now deceased, was from India, was a cancer researcher. And Kamala Harris's father, Donald Harris, was a Marxist economist, and is a Marxist economist, a professor at Stanford University. He was an advisor to the government of Michael Manley in Jamaica, and he and Kamala are estranged from one another. He did not attend Kamala's inauguration as vice president. They're not on good speaking terms. But the more you look at it, it's very clear that Kamala Harris sees herself as a victim. The way Kamala Harris speaks, the world has been unfair to her. And she blames Donald Harris for that to some degree or other. We don't know why. We also, there's rumors, we don't really know what happened when she was in Quebec. We just know she never talks about the years that she spent in Quebec. But Kamala Harris thinks that she is a victim. And she wants the whole world to know that that little girl was her. And she wants vengeance. And she wants to make people pay. And she wanted to make Kevin Cooper pay. And she wanted to make those parents pay. That's what leftism is if it's stripped of economics, if it's stripped of class struggle, if it's stripped of a desire to have the people rise up and control the means of production, if it's just anger, if it's just revenge, it's just a call for destruction, a call for rebellion, that's what Kamala Harris is. Kamala Harris, she's very much a guillotine meme. That's what she is. It's the glorification of punishment, a desire for revenge, a desire for destruction. And that if you look at the history of socialism around the world, the strength of socialism wasn't the guillotines, it wasn't the firing squads, it wasn't the persecution. That's not what people remember the strength of socialism being. They just did a poll. 75% of Russians say that the Soviet Union was the best time in their history, but they're not thinking that because of executions. This was from a PBS documentary. They interviewed a woman named Tatiana Fedorova.
Stalin set a task. Build this or build that. And thanks to the fact that people trusted him and this enthusiasm of young people, it was possible. Remember, this was a country where people were illiterate, lived in virtual darkness, wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How was it possible at one of the most difficult times to raise these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people and the love of the people for their idol.
And the reason Stalin remains wildly popular in Russia, it's not because he executed people, it's because he mobilized them to build that country up from nothing. This was a country... He built some of the world's largest power plants, he wiped out illiteracy, and he built a modern industrial country. He raised millions of people up out of poverty. And then they fought off the Nazi invaders, and then they rebuilt the country again, and a few years later they were the first country in outer space. And the strength of socialism was not that it punished people and that it persecuted people, but rather that it enabled people to go out and build and construct. I've said to many people, I'm not a socialist because I want to destroy America. I'm a socialist because I want to save America. And we have to save America from the horrors that are being unfolded by an irrational system where profits come before people. I want to save America. I want to build a better world. If all the apparatus they've created for destroying people, for imprisoning people, for breaking people psychologically,
could be utilized to build and to construct. The popular power were put in control of the means of production and control of the state apparatus of the United States, we could build something very, very beautiful.
They want you to be mad at Russia and China instead of the looters that are sitting not very far from here off Wall Street, who are actively getting bailouts in the billions, arguably even in the trillions, for their gambling debts. That's what we're here against, and that's why we're taking a stand for freedom of speech, because they're going after the Yahoo movement and anyone who stands against the imperialists, because they know we're a real threat and that's rising. They know we authentically represent the American people. They know that the American people are ready for a change and ready for an end to the wars. And that's why they're cracking down on our First Amendment. They're cracking down on our Fourth Amendment. They're cracking down on all of the civil liberties we know and love.
I just want to point this out. It's almost like they've given us a gift. Because for years, the reason that Americans, that Americans wouldn't become communists was they were told, well, communism's against the American dream. It's against the American way of life. Well, now the ruling class is saying the American dream is over. There is no American way of life. Just whip yourself and be full of shame about the evils of this country. Well, actually, that's an opportunity for us to step up and say, actually, there are things in the history of this country to be proud of. We can be proud of the labor movement. We can be proud of John Brown. We can be proud of Fred Hampton. And we can be proud to be part of the legacy of resistance to the evil empire that has existed here. It's an opportunity for us. They're giving us a gift. In addition to that, for years, Americans have been told, oh, you can't be a communist because communists are atheists, and they don't believe in Christianity. But now the ruling class is saying there is no God, and Christianity is fascism, and anyone who believes in any principle is an agent of fascism trying to brainwash you or control you. So that gives us an opportunity to say, well, we're going to stand up for the belief that there is something worth living for, that it is worth living for the sake of others, it is worth sacrificing for a higher purpose. This is a huge opportunity for us, a huge opportunity for us. And for a long time, they've told us, oh, you can't be a communist. You can't be a communist because in America, anyone can work hard. Anyone can go out and achieve their dreams and be rich. And communism's against that. But now, look at the United States. The whole place is falling apart. And their message to us is, oh, we should all be poorer. We should just accept it. We're a cancer on the planet, and we should all be poorer. Well, we can say if you want the American dream, if you want a better future for your children, if you want the roads paved in your neighborhood, you want jobs and schools and opportunities, you got to be a communist. They're giving us a huge gift. Everything Americans believe in, they are handing to us on a silver platter. We just have to take it. And they are really scared of anybody taking it. They're terrified of this. Since 2008, they've been warning about the dangers of populism. Populism is the most dangerous thing ever because they know it's only a matter of time before we band together and start fighting to defend our schools and jobs and communities and coming together and realizing we have a common interest, rejecting their low-wage police state and building a new America, and doing so in solidarity with Russia and China and Venezuela and all the countries they've told us to hate. They hate us and they hate those countries, so I think we can bond together against our common enemy, don't you? And so I'll just end by emphasizing what I said before, which is that we have to learn to love. And if we can't learn to love, we can't learn to love our community, love the people in our country, love the people in our communities, if we can't learn to be patient with them, we have no hope. The time for being bitter and isolated and pessimistic is over. We have a very serious task ahead of us. The stakes are getting higher. It's time to get out of the movement and get to the masses. It's time to build the Center for Political Innovation. It's time to take our jobs seriously. Dare to struggle, dare to win. Thank you.
They stand hand in hand. That's a power that's here with rags on your back. But there is power in the bands of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's a power that was ruled in every land. One industrial union grant. There is power in the hands of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's a power that was ruling every land. One industrial union grant. Do you like slugging, still beat off your head? Then don't organize, all unions despise. Would you have nothing until you are dead? Shake hands with your boss and look wise. But there is power in the hands of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's a power that was ruling every land. One industrial union grant. So come all you workers from every land and join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this worth shall demand. Come on, do your share, lend a hand. Oh, there is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that was ruling every land. One industrial union grant. Would you be free from your burden sin? There's power in the blood, power in the blood. Would you or evil a victory win? There's wonderful power in the blood. Oh, there is power, want to work in power in the blood of the land. There is power, want to work in power in the precious blood of the land.
Thank you so much for that.
Folks, my goal is for every person in the Center for Political Innovation to find strength within themselves, to find heroism. Social media is making people weaker. It's about making people afraid. It's about making people dependent on that validation. Did I get enough likes? Did I get enough approval? Do other people agree with me? Maybe I shouldn't have said this. It's about making people afraid to take a stand. But the great heroes of history, you want to talk about Joan of Arc, you want to talk about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., are people that knew how to stand against the crowd. They're people who knew how to take a tough stand and refuse to back down. And that's what I would like to cultivate at the Center for Political Innovation, people that are heroic and can find their inner strength. And I'll tell you, I credit the communist movement for that in my own life. I've told the story many times that when I was 15 years old, I went to a communist bookstore for a discussion. It was a nice discussion about the war in Iraq or whatever. And I was in the bookstore, and then a communist handed me a stack of newspapers. They said, you know what? We're going to go out and sell the paper. I was 15 years old, and I said, wait a minute. You want me to walk up to people that I don't know and try to get them to give me actual money for a newspaper about communism? You got to be joking. I am not doing that. I can't do that. And they're like, no, we do that all the time. It's fine. And they handed me a stack of newspapers, and I was just, I didn't know what to do. I was just nervous, and I remember I walked up to people, and I'm like, do you want some information on socialism? It was just so uncomfortable for me. But I remember the first communist newspaper I ever sold, I sold it to a couple. And there was a couple, they were walking down the street, and I walked up to them and tried to sell them this communist newspaper. And the man said, well, young man, I don't agree with you, but I see that you go to Oberlin College, and so I'll buy it from you. I was wearing my Letterman's jacket from Bourville, Ohio, so he saw the big O, and he thought I went to Oberlin College, and so I said, I like Oberlin, and so he bought the newspaper from me. That's the first communist newspaper I ever sold. But believe it or not, at that point, I was quite a shy person. At that point, you know, I was quite embarrassed. My family was always saying to me, stop talking all this crazy politics, stop doing that. But I discovered I was quite good at engaging with people about politics. And in a lot of ways, I would say the communist movement saved my life. I'll just be real about that. I wouldn't be where I am right now if it weren't for communism. And that's why I haven't given up on this. People say, oh, you got a great job, you're a reporter and all that. Why don't you just sit back and enjoy life? No, I'm in this for real, folks. And we have so much that needs to be done. And the world is moving in such a dangerous direction. And we need to stand strong and keep going because there is so much that needs to be done. And that's what I want to cultivate in everyone in this organization. I want people to find the strength within themselves. I want us to stand up at these woke shops that they do. Yeah, if you've ever been to one of these woke shops, it's all about cultivating people's weakness, making people feel like children, making people feel ashamed. Yeah, if you hear me clap once, if you hear me clap twice, if you hear me clap 3 times, now we're all going to sit around and talk about our favorite pizza. We've been there. That's not what we do at the Center for Political Innovation, and I will never allow that to happen, I can guarantee you that. I'll be the first to resign if we ever start having workshops at the Center for Political Innovation.
Next up, we are going to bring John McCarthy here from Chicago to represent the Center for Political Innovation. Thank you, John. And Tim.
Hello, it's an honor to be here. It's the most important fight going on right now in this country. And imperialism is not doing this out of strength, they're doing it out of weakness. Their internal contradictions are destroying them. And about a year ago, the imperialists made 2 very big mistakes. And in both cases, they messed with the wrong group of people. They called themselves teaching Russia a lesson. And Russia is winning this war politically, economically, and militarily. And they wanted to make an example out of them. Well, they did. Russia set the example to governments and colonized people all over the world that the imperialists cannot back up their threats, that you can stand up to imperialism and survive, and you don't have to take orders from Washington anymore. And all around the world that's happening. Countries are banding together, they're not using the dollar anymore, and they're kicking the colonizers out. And similarly, they thought that they would teach you guys a lesson, right? And, they military assault, right? Economic warfare. You survived the economic warfare. Instead of cutting a deal, you fought back. And instead of disappearing like they wanted you to, you grew. Every single project that life-saving project that you were working on in the African neighborhoods of Florida and here in St. Louis is still continuing, right? And on top of that, you raised almost $300 in legal fees. Chairman's name is a household word now, right? So just like Russia has showed countries all over the world that they can stand up, you're showing people all over the United States that we can stand up. By fighting and winning, you're not just defending yourself, you're creating a space for all anti-imperialists in this country to continue to tell the truth and continue to show alternatives to this dying system. And we at the Center for Political Innovation are grateful to you for that. And we intend to make use of that space that you have won for us to continue to stand up against this system and stand up for what's right and to build an alternative to it. And thank you.
Thank you so much, John, for coming all the way over here from Chicago. Really appreciate your endorsement.
I'll tell you a couple interesting things. When the Chinese Communist Party was emerging during the 1930s, there was an American writer named Edgar Snow, and he went to China, and he wrote a best-selling book. It was a book that was a bestseller in the United States. It was called Red Star Over China. And he wrote about how the Chinese Communist Party and the Red Army, they had this spiritual power, this spiritual quality about them. People would give up everything they had and go and join the revolution. They would join arm in arm, and people, when you joined the Chinese Communist Party, you got a new name, and people didn't talk about their old lives, and people lived selflessly, and people from peasant backgrounds and people from very, very wealthy backgrounds would work together in the same organization. And it had this beautiful power to it. And if you read what was written by Edgar Snow, what was written by the American feminist Agnes Smedley, who went to China and also was embedded with the Red Army, many times in their writing they compare it to early Christianity. That's what they say. They compare it to early Christianity. And people forget that, but the book of Acts in the Bible, it says, referring to the early church, fear came upon every soul, and many wonders and signs were done by the apostles. And all who believed were together, and they had all things in common. And they sold their possessions and goods and parted them and gave them to every man as he had need. And they continued daily with one accord in the temple, breaking bread from house to house, and they ate their meat in gladness and singleness of heart. And praising God and having favor with all the people, the Lord added to their number daily as they should be saved. It describes how the early Christian church was living together and sharing things and trying to build a mass movement. And if you listen to the teachings of Jesus, he's constantly warning his followers that they're going to face some persecution. They're going to face some persecution, and many of them did. We know what happened. But it was about living for something bigger than yourself, about sacrificing for your fellow human beings. When we talk about persecution and cancel culture, there's a story that I always love to hear, and this is a really, really amusing story. When Mao and the Chinese Communist Party were expanding and fighting a civil war against Chiang Kai-shek, Chiang Kai-shek wrote, and he didn't personally write it, but he had his supporters write a song that they played on the radio constantly. And the lyrics translated to something that went along the lines of this: when Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are you going to do? And they played this song on the radio all the time. When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are you going to do? And they actually made the kids sing it in their schools. When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are we going to do? When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are we going to do? And it was everywhere. And people could not stand this stupid song that was constantly being played on the radio that all the kids were learning. And apparently, when the Red Army would march into a city and they would be victorious, the people would come out of their houses with tears rolling down their faces, and they would put their fists up in the air and they would sing, when Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are we going to do? When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are we going to do? They turned it into its opposite. And we will have that day in America. I don't know if anyone's ever heard, there's a song from the Civil War, about the Union Army when they liberated plantations in Georgia. It's called Marching Through Georgia. I don't know if you ever heard it. One of the choruses, one of the verses, there were many Union men who leapt with joyful cheers when they saw that honored flag they had not seen for years. Hardly could they be restrained from breaking forth in tears as we went marching through Georgia. And that was referring to the fact that back then the American flag stood for defeating slavery. And it stood for defeating the British Empire. And it stood for bringing people together to break their chains. Harriet Tubman became the first woman to ever lead soldiers into battle as she began liberating plantations along the Combahee River in South Carolina. In this city, the Republican Party newspaper, the New York Tribune, they hired Karl Marx as their London correspondent. That was the only jobs Karl Marx ever had, was to work for the Fox News of the 1860s. And he wrote about Abraham Lincoln as the single-minded son of the working class, rescuing an enchained race and leading people to raise up their heads, breaking the chains. And at that point, it was the British Empire that was trying to support the Confederacy. There was talk of the British Navy being sent to break the blockade and allow weapons and other things to get to the South. Well, let's not forget who sent their Navy to this city, to New York City's harbor. That was the Russians. The Russians supported Abraham Lincoln. older now. I'm not officially a youth anymore. Did you know that? I'm going to be 36 in a few days, and I'm not officially a youth anymore, but I know what it's like to be a frustrated, creative young person. And that's how I found out about this guy. So I was a frustrated, creative teenager in Ohio. I was 13, 14 years old, and I was bored, and so I got on the internet, and I thought that I would look and see if in the little town in Ohio that I grew up in, it's called Orrville, it's where Smucker's jelly comes from, you can look it up, right? Home of Bobby Knight, the basketball coach, that's the celebrity that we claim. I'm from Orrville, Ohio, and I just thought I would Google on the internet to see if there had ever been another communist from Orrville, Ohio. And I thought, you know, has there ever been anyone in the history of my little town of 10,000 people who is a communist? And I Googled and I found out about Carl Geiser. And that's this man, Carl Geiser. And Carl Geiser was born in Orrville, Ohio. And he went to Orrville High School, and he was a pretty high achieving student, so he went to Cleveland State University and he studied electrical engineering. And he graduated and he became an electrical engineer. But the United States was having, at that point, a Great Depression. There weren't many jobs for electrical engineers. But there was another country where there were a lot of jobs for electrical engineers. And that was the Soviet Union. And he went over to the Soviet Union to help Stalin set up those new hydroelectrical power plants that they were building and help electrify parts of the country that had never had it before. And he was over there in the Soviet Union building and constructing, and he was blown away by what he saw. And he came back to the United States from the Soviet Union, and he joined the Communist Party of the United States of America. And Carl Geiser joined the Communist Party. It's a guy from my town, because he saw what socialism was achieving. A lot of people joined the Communist Party back in that time, right? I mean, it wasn't something, he was the only one to have done that. But what made Carl Geiser unique, the reason he's got a Wikipedia page and he's, remembered, is Carl Geiser signed up to join the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. Woo! When fascists were looking to overthrow the Spanish Republic, the communists of Spain called for their comrades around the world to come and volunteer to fight fascism in Spain. And so thousands of young American men went to Spain and fought. And Carl Geiser was actually taken prisoner. And he was a prisoner of war in fascist Spain. And he almost died. If they had found out what his rank actually was, they would have shot him. But his comrades concealed his rank and did not reveal how high up he was, so they didn't execute him. And eventually Roosevelt got him traded back to the United States in a prisoner exchange. And he came back to the United States, and he's a hero of the Spanish Civil War, a leader of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. When you think about the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, that points to an aspect of our movement that it's really important to understand. There's a famous writer named Sherwood Anderson. You ever heard of Sherwood Anderson? He wrote Winesburg, Ohio. He was a novelist. And at one point, Sherwood Anderson was asked, what's the difference between a socialist and a communist? What's the difference? And he said, I don't know the technical difference, but it seems to me like the communists, they're the ones who mean it. And what he was pointing to was the fact that when we do something, we really do it. In the early 1930s, the understanding was that the Social Democrats and the Reformists, the sellout leaders who had sold out the revolution in Germany, that were leading workers to oppose the Soviet Union in the name of socialism, that they were the main threat. And it was necessary to expose the Social Democrats and the Reformists. And so when that was the line of the Communist International, we didn't just half-ass oppose the Social Democrats. We didn't just sort of oppose the Social Democrats. We went all in. We really opposed the Social Democrats because we understood that that was what was necessary. And so all over the world, communists went into class against class mode to expose the Social Democrats and build a united front from below because we understood that that was the correct tactic. And then we know that after the rise of Hitler, and as the situation changed, the line changed, and it became correct to align with the Social Democrats in a united front against fascism. And when that line changed, we didn't just half-ass align with them against fascism. What did we do? We built the Abraham Lincoln Brigade and went and fought in Spain. We had the Battle of Cable Street in London. We built huge anti-fascist mobilizations. We are the reason Roosevelt won the 1936 presidential election. When we do something, we do it hard. We do it hard. There was a labor leader who once remarked, he said, if it's 3 in the morning at your labor union hall and there's 2 guys running the mimeograph machine, you can bet at least one of them is a communist. And the people who criticize our movement, right, this is a really common critique from Trotskyites, is they'll say, well, hey, they zigzag, you know, they're always reversing themselves. You know, they do this and then they do that. Yeah, if the situation changes in 24 hours, the tactics must also change in 24 hours. And sometimes what's correct on Monday is not correct on Tuesday, and it's not correct on Wednesday, and you have to change your tactics. And when you're as dedicated as we are, and when you never half-ass these things, when you take it very seriously, when you are fully committed to achieving what we aim to achieve, it can look a little strange to people who don't get it. And they can go, well, one day you're running this way, and the next day you're running this way. Yes, and every way that we run, we're running hard because we understand that it's necessary and that it must be done.
We need to reinvest in the United States. We need to stop bailing out these speculators on Wall Street and these creeps who keep sending us to war. We need to bring all of our troops back home. What are they doing overseas? How the hell am I interested in what happens beyond my borders when my own people are starving on the streets? Whatever happened to America?
Concrete examples. I haven't seen this on the other campaigns, maybe because I haven't been looking as hard, but I've been looking a little bit. But RFK Jr., he has a tool on his website right now for finding 4th of July parades in your area. You type in the zip code and then the radius.
It's on the beat drop again. Hopefully. Got one more gripper for E. Ready? It's easy now, that's...
For shame! The wind is at the shoulder of your sail, and you are stayed for. There. My blessing with thee, and these few precepts for thy memory. First, look thou character. Give thy thought no tongue, nor any unpreported thought his act. Those friends thou hast, in their adoption tried, grapple them unto thy soul with hoops of steel, but do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each new-fledged, unhatched comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but, being in it, beware that the opposed may beware of thee. Ooh, give every man thy ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but do reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, for apparel oft do proclaim the man, and they in France are of a most select and generous chief in that. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true. And it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell. My blessing season is in thee.
After the Second International is when Lenin and the Bolsheviks transitioned from being social democrats to being communists. Right now we're in this position where socialism, communism, it's not even something that people disagree with. It's a word that means something else apart from what you're saying. So when I speak to coworkers who I agree with politically, I never, ever, ever say the word. And if the word does come up, it's them accusing the Democrats or the globalists or Ron DeSantis of being a Marxist, a communist, or whatever, So in the moment that I say, well, no, it's something that they're wrong. It's like It's like I'm using a completely different vocabulary where I'm in a fringe where I'm speaking a foreign language to everybody else. They're not speaking the foreign language to me, right? I'm the minority person. So what do you do?
Maybe we should just be anti-imperialists, because that's the essence of what we're doing. We're against imperialism. We're with the forces around the world that are against imperialism. That's the essence of what we're doing.
But then what are you pro?
The city-building tendency.
Weep a slumber, America, land of brave and true. There's castles and clothing and food for all belongs to you. Every man a king, for you could be a millionaire. Belonging to others, there's enough for all people to share. And sunny June and December too, and winter time or spring, there'll be peace without end. Every neighbor a friend, with every man a king.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people.
To salute our comrades who have died.
To salute our comrades who have died.
And pledge our word that skillful hands.
And pledge our word that skillful hands.
Keen brains.
Keen brains.
And bold enthusiasm.
And bold enthusiasm.
Shall never more be wasted in war.
Shall never more be wasted in war.
CPI!
CPI! CPI!
We will have that day in America. Because I've heard the stories about how when Gus Hall and Bill Foster and the leaders of the Communist Party USA used to tour the South, and they would go to speak to crowds of tenant farmers. And in some of these states, they even had Jim Crow laws. They had to have a wire down the middle of the room because you couldn't have blacks and whites sitting together. And they would tell them about how their enemy was the big banks and how racism was a tool of the bosses. And I've heard the stories of how tenant farmers, low-income Southerners in Alabama and Mississippi would stand up and rip up their Ku Klux Klan membership cards and sign up for the Communist Party in those meetings. How powerful it was. And I've also heard about a generation later, when the Vietnam War was happening. It wasn't just hippies and the counterculture folks. There were young men from Wisconsin, young men from Iowa, good, wholesome Midwestern boys who went over to Vietnam, who came back from Vietnam and said that war was unbelievable, it was horrendous. They took their medals and they threw them over the fence at the White House. And they said, we'll never make the mistake again. We will not fight a rich man's war. We will have that day in America. But the reality of the situation is that we're in a long-term capitalist crisis. I talk about overproduction and the tendency of the falling rate of profit and how they've built up their economic system. They've made it so efficient now to produce cars, to produce iPhones and iPads. They're churning out products like they never have before. And the role of the worker at the assembly line is being drastically reduced. They don't need us to run their factories anymore. And so we stand outcast and starving amid the wonders we have made. And their system is having a nosedive. It's having a meltdown. And the ruling class are fighting amongst themselves. And they're fighting against each other. And this is something that happens in a capitalist crisis. This is called Bonapartism, where the capitalist class divides. And they begin fighting with each other. And they want state power to stabilize the crisis. But they all want that state power at the expense of the other guy. They want protection. This is the division in the ruling class. And Silicon Valley and the big oil bankers are aligned with one faction, and there are other forces that are on other sides, and there's a fight in the ruling class. And January 6th was allowed to happen the way it did because there is a division in the ruling class. But I think what we need now more than ever is we need some of that classic American spirit. I've many times been in front of an audience and said, faster than a speeding bullet, faster than a locomotive, able to leap a tall building in a single bound, look up at the sky, it's Superman. That's right. And I tell people that not only is Superman identified with the United States around the world, but it's also pretty progressive. Superman, let's not remember that the first comic was him protecting a group of striking workers from their crooked boss, that Superman fought against the Ku Klux Klan in the comic books and exposed their secrets on the radio programs that happened. But there's something good about Superman. When you watch Superman, you feel good. There's an optimism that comes out of it. Superman could rule the world with his superpowers, but he doesn't. He lives a humble life as mild-mannered reporter Clark Kent. Superman doesn't like killing and violence. He's sickened by all the cruelty and injustice he sees in the world. He's an innocent, wholesome guy from Kansas who just wants to see people get along and just wants to protect those who've been hurt. There's something very, very beautiful about the Superman comics. I pointed out many times that Superman, the man of steel in Russian, that's Stalin. But I think Superman says a lot more about Roosevelt. And it says a lot more about the unemployment councils. It says a lot more about the trade unions and the anti-fascist progressivism of that period than it says necessarily about Stalin. It's about a side of the American spirit that they've been trying to crush, a side of the American people that believe in growth and optimism. And I think that what we need to do is we need to have a society that finds the Superman in every child, that finds the Einstein in every child. And I think that we will have that day in America. You look at all the money they spend on these wars, they could very easily be building high-speed railway. We could build high-speed railway all across this country. We could be putting all the brightest minds that are figuring out Wall Street derivative rip-off schemes and destroying people. We could put them to work, figuring out fusion energy, getting us beyond fossil fuels. Jose's guy, Lyndon LaRouche, there's one clip of him where he says, if we want to build 100 nuclear plants, we can do it. Understand American methods. Well, what are those American methods? That's that Superman mindset, that belief that we can go out and build a better world, that belief that we need to stand with the oppressed. And it's not a guillotine meme. It's not Kamala Harris. It's not vengeance. It's not woke. It's something else. It's optimistic. It's hopeful. And that is part of the American spirit. I think we could develop a social media app that makes people smarter, not dumber, that makes our kids more physically fit, more mentally healthy, gives them more hope. I think we could do a lot of things. But I was recently in a debate with some libertarians. It was hosted by the Convo Couch, and they were talking about the U.S. government and all the awful things it does. And they were saying, well, why would you want the government to expand? And I said, I want you to imagine that instead of having a government that gives Jeff Bezos whatever he wants and grinds this country into poverty, we had a government that was kicking Jeff Bezos' ass. Yeah. Imagine a government of action that would fight for working families. I've said to many people, I'm not a socialist because I want to destroy America. I'm a socialist because I want to save America. And we have to save America from the horrors that are being unfolded by an irrational system where profits come before people. I want to save America. I want to build a better world. If all the apparatus they've created for destroying people, for imprisoning people, for breaking people psychologically, could be utilized to build and to construct. If popular power were put in control of the means of production and control of the state apparatus of the United States, we could build something very, very beautiful. But that requires us to talk about a new kind of leftism. It requires us to not just go along with the crowd and go along with what's trending. It requires us to endure persecution, to buck the trend, to challenge the status quo. And it requires us to tap into that old American spirit. It says growth and innovation and hope. That's the American way. I'll just end tonight. There's a beautiful poem someone once recited to me. It went like this. On a busy street, on a busy town, I saw them tearing a building down. The ho-heave-ho and a lusty yell. The men swung a beam and a sidewall fell. So I said to the foreman, are these men skilled, like those you would hire if you wanted to build? And the foreman just smiled and said, no, indeed. Common labor is all that I need, for I can easily wreck in a week or two that which took builders years to do. So I thought to myself, as I walked away, which of these roles have I tried to play? Am I a builder who builds with care, measures my life with a compass and square? Am I living my life by a well-made plan and striving to do the best that I can? Or am I that type that scours the town, content with the labor of tearing things down? Thank you very much.
Well, hey, you know, our organization is all about engaging with people, and I think we're all on a journey together, right? We're trying to figure out together how can we get something good out of the time that we're in, right? There's just so many forces that see the anger and the trauma that people feel as a way to manipulate and a way to grift for themselves. We're actually trying to build a community and build people up and care for each other in these hard times. So, Gabby, I love it when you come on. I really do. Anytime you come on, it's awesome. And I'm looking forward, and you're coming to Vermont to our national gathering, I understand.
Yeah, I want to. I'm still like, it's like a 80% chance, you know, so it's like a high percentage. So I'm ready to learn and I'm excited. And then I don't know if anybody wants to join CPI, and you know, I'm trying to do my job. I know I haven't been on it. I've been sick. I'm barely recovering this week. So I'm going to be on it this whole year. So I'm going to be that annoying person that, you know, kind of put myself into calling people and to, you know, join, blah, blah. So I sacrifice.
Convention. Do you want to give thoughts on the convention?
Oh yeah, the conventions. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna show off a little bit, but my room is a little bit messy. But like, look, I got my the flag, and the poster, and then I got my Jesus cross that my dad got me. But
and then you got the Donetsk People's Republic behind you, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it was given to me by one of my comrades, and
cool.
So yeah, they're very cool events, you guys. It's some sort of energy you'll never like experience in your lifetime. So I recommend anybody who's interested in going to a convention in the future, you should.
But my question is, why is it that such a small group of people is capable of doing this? Or rather, if we're capable of doing this, why are other forces with so many more resources and so much more members, so much more, why are they not doing things like this? With the little amount of money that we have, the little amount of membership that we have, y'all are great, but there's not that many of us, we have done all of this. And the reason is that other forces are controlled. And there's just no way to not talk about that. The Communist Party USA is terrified of us. We make them shit their pants, for Christ's sakes. They never criticize other groups. There's David Rovics, you know, the anarchist folk singer. One of his songs, he's singing about different communist groups. He says, and the CP, they just do their thing and pretend the others don't exist. The Communist Party never talks about other groups. They talk about the Center for Political Innovation. Yes, they do. They ran a whole article denouncing us on their website because they have to, because so many of their younger members were watching our streams and were interested in us, and were joining the Communist Party because they want to do what we do. If the Communist Party was a Communist Party, they would do what we do. They're not a Communist Party. It's false advertising. And that is why we scare them so much, is we are doing what they should be doing. But I want to talk to you all about Hamlet again. because I want you to imagine an alternate ending to Hamlet. Imagine that ghost appears to Hamlet, says the truth about what happened to his father. So Hamlet goes into his room and he gathers his sword and he goes and tells his friends and relatives and he marches into the throne room and takes the crown for himself and proclaims himself the rightful king of Denmark and arrests his uncle for killing his father and brings justice back to the country. Imagine that alternative ending to Hamlet. That's what would have happened if Hamlet had had the strength of character to do what he was intended to do. That's the happy ending. Wouldn't be very tragic. Not what Shakespeare was trying to accomplish with the story. However, he kind of gives away the plot in the beginning. I believe it's in the first act. There's a minor character whose father is sending his son off to travel. And he says to his son, he gives his son a long speech about, neither a borrower nor a lender be, and, gives him all kinds of advice for life. But then the last line of the soliloquy is to thine own self be true. To thine own self be true, which is the point of Hamlet. Hamlet can't be true to himself. He knows what he needs to do. He knows what he's been assigned to do, but he can't do it. And that's why it's a tragedy. And in the words of this other character, we hear the message of the play. Be true to who you are. Yes. Be the person that you are meant to be. Don't shy away from the role that's been assigned to you by history. That's what Hamlet is saying. That's what the play is intending to tell you. And it reminds me of Eugene Debs. Eugene Debs, the Canton, Ohio anti-war speech, the speech that Eugene Debs was thrown in prison for giving. It's a very long speech, but Eugene Debs, the leader of the Socialist Party, in 1918, when the USA is marching into World War I, he gave an anti-war speech in Canton, Ohio, and they threw him in jail. And it's a very long speech, and he talks about how the rich start the wars and the poor fight the wars, and he talks about a lot of things. But one of the best lines from the speech is he says, don't fall into the trap of the man who went to a Socialist Party meeting and heard the speeches and thought he should become a socialist and thought that the arguments he heard were unanswerable. But then when he left the rally, decided, that might anger my boss. I can't do that. And Eugene Debs says, that man went to sleep that night and had a dreadful dream, because that's the kind of thing that happens to a person when they are at odds with their own conscience. And that if you want to be a socialist means to look yourself in the face, to stand up with self-respect, to be in line with who you are meant to be, to have a clear conscience, to have pride in yourself. Go and read the words that you see in Eugene Debs. It sounds almost like Jordan Peterson or something. He's telling a socialist is someone who can stand up straight. A socialist is someone who can be proud. Read those words. Not the message that we're getting from the synthetic left. It's the message of Hamlet. To thine own self be true. Don't betray yourself. That's what it's saying. But the message that I have for you all here today is that if you want to be true to yourself, and if you want to stand up for what you know is true, and you want to move the United States in the direction that it needs to move in our time, you need comrades. You cannot do it alone. And that is what the ruling class wants. They want us all atomized and isolated on the internet, arguing with each other, lonely, hating the world, not thinking that there's anything we can do. That's what they want. They want us all to be just sitting there watching things fall apart, lashing out at each other, alone, isolated, pessimistic. And that a lot of socialists fall into what I call the dual delusions. And it's kind of amazing to me, but they think two things, neither of which are true, and they seem almost completely contradictory to each other. I hear many young socialists, and older ones too, who believe that they have the one true answer. They have the exact correct interpretation. If Marx were alive today, he would agree with them and no one else. They are the one true incarnation of it, and they are going to lead the revolution, and they are going to overthrow the government and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. They are Lenin, they are Marx, they are the correct interpreters of Trotsky or Enver Hoxha or all of that. They have everything exactly right. And at the same time that they believe that they are it, they also believe there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do to change the course of history. We just have to just whatever the Democrats are doing, whatever there's nothing we can do. There's no point in joining an organization. Well, the thing is, neither of those things are true. Nobody in the United States who calls themselves a socialist or a communist or a revolutionary is the Bolsheviks, okay? We have to admit our movement is very small and isolated and weak. There's no way around that. But on the other hand, there's plenty that we can do. There's absolutely plenty that we can do. And Sigmund Freud talks a lot about stages of development. And one of the things that Sigmund Freud talks about is how a baby thinks it's the most powerful thing in the world. Because all the baby has to do is cry, and it gets fed, it gets rocked or whatever. But part of growing up is realizing your own capabilities, having an accurate assessment of what can I do, what can I not do. And as you start to understand your own strength and your own size, you can start to do things. And you can do them better. And that is what the Center for Political Innovation aims to do. We are aware of our own size, but we have been figuring out what we can do. And as we figure out what we can do, we are getting better at it and better at it. And we are crafting and we are perfecting and we're adjusting and we're moving ahead and we're going to do more things.
Don't try to make them go away. Just notice that you're thinking and let it go. Don't pursue the thoughts. Just release it and come back to your breath. And just come back to your breath. So we're just going to do this for about 3 minutes. We're just going to keep our gaze. You're not focused on anything.
Once I was young and impulsive. I wore every conceivable pin. Even went to the socialist meetings. I learned all of the old union hymns. But I've grown older and wiser, and that's why I am turning you in. So love me, love me, love me, I'm a liberal. Woo! There we go.
To help them develop and get them active, like doing things, because when you do that and you take ownership of like a piece of the organization, then it's, it becomes part of your life in a different way. So that's my answer to that as far as next steps.
And that brings me to a story or a bit of wisdom that was passed down to me. We can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view, and they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets. And a couple of years later, they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do. And we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Marcy would tell his followers is that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life and they're taking on a contribution. And that if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't, they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. They see that they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever. And then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. But those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation.
They came the next day. Mr. Grossop couldn't believe it. Even as they began taking down the beds, clumping through the house, moving the old sofa out into the street, he still couldn't believe it. He was being robbed, and he was all alone. There was no one who could help him. There was no police to call on because they were the ones doing it. Or at least, it was a single deputy sheriff. Mr. Grossop, like a troubled shadow, followed the deputy in and out, grabbing at furniture that he thought might fall or might be scratched. Out on the street, he stood bewildered, surrounded by the property which he had made his days. The deputy was speculatively examining some of Mrs. Grossop's best linen. Neighbors were standing around, but Mr. Grossop could not meet their sympathy or even know it was that. Coming to the door, tottering in the grasp of a single deputy, who found it hard to grasp securely, was his easy chair. As Mr. Grossop ran to help, the deputy stumbled and the chair crashed down on the steps. "My God," Mr. Grossop cried, "you can't do that!" He was conscious of a neighbor plucking at his sleeve, trying to speak to him, but his outrage was so intense that he did not answer him. The deputy was standing on the porch, now looking at the group of men and women who had suddenly appeared. A young bearded man, apparently in charge, stood next to Mr. Grossop. "Good God," Mr. Grossop cried again, trying to fit right his chair and restore the big leather cushion. "You can't treat a man's property that way." He looked around, his face twitching. His neighbor pulled at him again and said, "We're from the Unemployment Council, and we want to help." "Well, my God," screamed Mr. Grossop, "if you want to help, do something then." The bearded young man looked briefly at the 5 deputies on the porch and then at his 30 unemployed. "Move it back," he asked. In an instant, Mr. Grossop's very eyes, all of his prized possessions, his easy chair, even the big refrigerator, the bedpost, the pictures, everything was streaming back into his home. The neighbors began grabbing pots and pans and mattresses and stumbling a little and laughing wildly and calling out in exciting tones, clubbing onto the porch and onto the house. Mr. Grossop never knew what happened. It was a happy blur. He had his home again. He had his strength. He had his friends. His chair was put back in his place. His wife seemed to have suddenly grown younger. Someone was making coffee and sandwiches in the kitchen. It was like a party. Everyone was shouting and laughing. Mr. Grossop shook hands with at least 24 men he had never met before. The bold and brazen leader of the unemployed, Hugh Henderson, a sandwich in his hand, was making a speech from the front porch. Mr. Grossop also found himself making a speech. "After a life of hard work," he said, "taking a man's home. It ain't right. They put my chair, everything, out into the street. Worked hard all my life. It ain't right." There were some cheers. Some of the crowd went away. "We'll stay a while," Mr. Henderson said, "to be sure the police won't come back." A great tension and awful loneliness was slowly sleeping away from Mr. Grossop's veins. He hadn't known how miserable he had been. A man couldn't do anything by himself. He hadn't known how many people had been going through the same thing he had. Something had happened to him. He felt as if he had broken from the prison of his baffled self. No longer did he sit in his home all day. Still, there were times on the picket line, or as he helped to move someone else's furniture back in, that he wondered at the tight little intern man that he had once been. And it hadn't been much fun. Good job, Roger. Good job.
Here's struggle!
Dare to win!
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 Thank you very much for joining the press conference, where we would like to tell you about an extraordinary event that is called World Youth Festival 2024 that will take place in 2 weeks in the beautiful city of Sochi in Russia. And this festival will embrace 20,000 students from all over the world and Russia as well. So they are young leaders of business, of charity, of other like art, other public ways of life. And so these young talented people will just participate in, just take part in exciting workshops, discussions, and so they will be ready, to share their ideas. And the main goal for us is just to create a platform where these young people just ready implement their ideas for the brighter future. And so today we have actually 4 American speakers, so the 3 here and 1 is here. So it's just lucky people that are going to visit Sochi and to represent the US delegation over there, a total of 15 people. And we have Caleb Maupin, and also we have Christopher Hilali and Elizabeth Pekin and Noah Stern here. So we would like to start with a short 2-minute video to show just, the impression of the festival. And after that, the speakers will tell their opinions. And after that, we'll be happy just to answer all your questions. Okay, so we'll start with the video.
Namaste. Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
Hola, me voy a Rusia.
Hi, ik ga naar Rusland.
Hola, me voy a Rusia.
Hello, I am coming to Russia.
Salve, eu vou para a Rússia.
Dunia ini harus menjadi tempat yang aman, tempat yang bisa ditinggali oleh seluruh umat manusia tanpa memperhatikan perbedaan suku, etnis, agama.
One, the youth is the next generation, and we need to empower them in order to take up social challenges and to be able to solve issues.
Este es un encuentro único donde jóvenes de todo el mundo vamos a poder encontrarnos para debatir diferentes ideas y soluciones a los desafíos presentes y futuros.
Om meer te leren over hun culturen, maar ook de initiatieven die zij nemen om hun gemeenschap beter te maken.
В 2017 году в городе Сочи проводился Всемирный фестиваль студентов и молодежи. Я бы хотела предложить провести такой фестиваль еще раз.
Идея очень правильная, потому что такие события, они объединяют людей, признаны объединять людей.
I will be going to Russia. I will be participating in the upcoming events. We love people of Russia.
Today, as the world faces global challenges, it is very crucial for us to come together and consolidate our efforts to make this world a better place. We are stronger when we are together.
Me voy a Rusia porque es importante compartir lo que hacemos en nuestros países y nuestras comunidades con el mundo.
this particular festival is the best place for us to promote peace and cooperation, and let us all young people throughout the world take this opportunity.
It is important for a young South African like me to come and participate in this upcoming event so that I get to learn of this amazing economy, which is a major global player.
U filmu Rusiju, jer je Rusija prelepa zemlja, izuzetnih mogućnosti i puno aktivnosti za mlade. Ona je domovina novih kultura, naroda e religija.
Eu também vou para a Rússia porque eu quero participar da construção do novo mundo multipolar, da nova ordem mundial e do novo futuro compartilhado que nos espera.
So now the words go to Caleb Maupin, the chair of the U.S. delegation, and he also represents the Center for Political Innovation.
Welcome, everybody. My name's Caleb Maupin. I'm the founder of the Center for Political Innovation. And in October, I was deeply honored when the youth office of the Russian Foreign Ministry reached out to me about forming a national preparatory committee for the upcoming World Youth Festival set for March in Russia. As someone who attended the World Festival of Youth and Students in 2013 in Quito, Ecuador, someone who attended the festival that was held in Sochi in 2017, as an advocate of socialism, peace, and international cooperation, as an American patriot, as a Christian, and someone who strives to live according to the teachings of Jesus Christ, I considered this to be a great opportunity. However, it is the circumstances of our upcoming trip that bring us here today. As we meet here today, Jesse Neville, Penny Hess, and Omali Yeshitela have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. They are facing a possible 15 years in prison. Their trial date was just set for September. The Biden administration has charged them for doing what we are about to do, for going to an international conference in Russia. The Biden administration has declared that they're putting on some Zoom calls, writing some articles about Ukraine, that has been conspiracy to act as a foreign agent. And this case is absolutely outrageous. It's an attack on freedom of assembly, freedom to travel, freedom of speech, and freedom of association. And it's designed to intimidate Americans from doing what we plan to do, visit Russia and question U.S. foreign policy. In light of this horrific indictment, it is very important that we go to Russia to show that we will not be intimidated and to take responsibility for the future amid the utter failure of the Biden administration. Biden said he would end the war in Yemen, and as we all know, now that war is expanding and U.S. bombs are being dropped on Yemen. Biden has poured billions of dollars of American taxpayer money into Ukraine to prolong this war, at the same time that our bridges and highways are crumbling and our living standards are dropping and American working families are being squeezed by inflation. Under these circumstances, with Biden trying to intimidate Americans and weaponizing the Department of Justice against dissidents, and with international tensions rising, we have a duty to go to Russia and show the world another America. Because there are two Americas. Beyond Wall Street and Hollywood, in the vast territories of the American heartland, you will find a lot of hardworking people who love their children, love their communities, and want a better life. You will find an America that values peace, not war. It is this America that produced Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the Black Panthers, the great abolitionist John Brown, and it's this America that produced the labor movement that pushed forward Roosevelt, the great anti-fascist coalition that propelled the United States to align with the Soviet Union to defeat the menace of fascism in a great moment in history, also to align with China. It is this America, the America that's been hidden from mainstream TV, the America that has been canceled by the social media monopolies. It's this America of the working class, of small business owners, and people of many different races and ethnic backgrounds who reject war and the emerging low-wage police state. It is this America and its democratic traditions that I will be proudly representing in Sochi.
There's a new economy arising in the world today centered around the BRICS, the Eurasian Economic Union, the Belt and Road Initiative of China, and the real America would benefit from joining with this new economy, trading with countries on the basis of win-win cooperation, and ending the wars, the threats, and the sanctions. The Center for Political Innovation sees Russia as an ally of the real America, and we call for the charges against the Uhuru 3 to be immediately dropped, and we look forward to making lots of new friends at the upcoming World Youth Festival, not just youth from Russia, but youth from the 188 different countries that will be represented at this vitally important international gathering. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we would like to hear Christopher Hilali, Party of Communists, USA.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christopher Hilali. I'm the International Secretary for the Party of Communists USA and the Vice Chair of the National Preparatory Committee in preparation to go to the World Youth Festival in Sochi. Of course, this is a historic moment. Our party, throughout its history, and of course, going back to the old Communist Party USA, have had many of our leaders study and travel to the Soviet Union, what was the Soviet Union, and now continue the tradition of international fraternity and building bonds with young people, with academics, with journalists, with people all over the world. And we believe, especially at this point in history, it is critical for young people around the world, regardless of their country's national policies, to be united in building a better world for the future. And we recognize, given the existential challenges that are facing our planet, the different countries in the world, and young people throughout the world, that it is vital for our participation and to build these ties. We look forward to our participation. We look forward to meeting with young people from all of the different countries. And of course, we want to show ultimately that as American citizens, we have every right to go and to travel to Russia, even at this difficult time between their bilateral relations. And we feel it is necessary in the spirit of peace and cooperation to be there and to show our solidarity with the people of Russia and with the young people around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we would like to hear Elizabeth Pekin from the American Student Union.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Pekin. I am the National Secretary. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Pekin. I am the National Secretary of the American Student Union, and I am a member of the American National Preparatory Committee for the World Youth Festival. As students, we've grown up with a lot of anti-Russian propaganda, not just our generation, but our parents' generations. For those of us that were born in Generation Z, our parents, Gen X, baby boomers, they were constantly told that the Soviets were going to bomb them at any moment, but that didn't happen. And today, actually a couple of years ago, back in February 2022, I went to an event at a local high school, and kids were given these QR codes to scan to donate to Ukraine and sort of guilted into it by the teachers. And as Americans, we have freedom of speech to express our views. We have freedom to travel, which I will be traveling to Russia to promote international friendship and cooperation, not just with Russia, but with all of the other people that are attending this festival. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so we have one more speaker here. So it's Noah Schenk. He will speak from there. And he is also for the Center for Political Union here. So.
Hey, everybody. My name is Noah Schenk. And one of the reasons that I am so excited to be able to join the World Youth Festival is that we will be able to meet with youth from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Right now, it is illegal to travel to the DPRK under U.S. law, and that's really unfortunate in light of the escalations on the Korean Peninsula. We have to remember that the DPRK is a nuclear-armed country, and these escalations, they could be very dangerous. That's why I think so important that, in combination with the fact that I, as a Korean American, feel a deep kinship with the Korean people, and I want to see them joined, that's why it's so important for us to meet with them. We've published a book to give to them, and we want to really show them that there are Americans in the United States who do not hate the North Koreans. Not only do we not hate them, but we respect them. We admire their revolutionary tradition. We admire how they showed support for the Palestinian people in their struggle for liberation. We admire how they welcomed the Black Panther Party into their country and showed support for black liberation and for the liberation struggles around the world. It's just going to be a real honor to be able to meet with them.
Thank you very much. So we are ready to talk more, and so we are ready to answer all your questions, and I encourage you, of course, to ask our speakers, who are, just as I mentioned, lucky people to go soon to Sochi. So please go ahead, of course.
Thank you very much on behalf of the United Nations Correspondents Association for doing this briefing. My name is Edith Lederer from the Associated Press. First, I'd like to know whether the U.S. government has approached any of you about your trip and said, no, you shouldn't be going. And could you tell us how many Americans you expect to be going to this conference, and whether you're expecting a lot of Western European to also be going? Thank you.
Well, to answer your question, we have prepared the members of our respective organizations for U.S. government harassment. At this time, we are mainly looking at what's been done to the Uhuru movement and the indictment that has taken place against them. But we have gone over with our members what to do if the FBI comes to your house, what your constitutional rights are under such circumstances, and we expect such harassment. Now, there will be 15 members of the American delegation to the festival. I can't speak for the other delegations, but I know there are delegations from a number of Western European countries. We are the three organizations that form the National Preparatory Committee. That's the Center for Political Innovation, the Party of Communists USA, and the American Student Union. There are also other individuals that are attending the festival, due to a relationship with the Russian embassy, et cetera. But it will be 15 Americans total at the festival. Our understanding is there will also be some American guest speakers who are not youth, but are of a more adult age, who will be giving presentations.
Just a quick follow-up. Do you see what you're planning to do as any different from what the three people you spoke about have been arrested for?
Well, if you read the U.S. Department of Justice's indictment, what it lists is it says that because they attended a conference called the Anti-Globalization Conference that happened in Russia in 2014, and because they then convened some web conferences and Zoom calls, it alleges that this is spreading Russian propaganda and that they were acting as unregistered agents of a foreign government. And this indictment is a huge attack on freedom of speech, a huge attack on freedom of assembly. If the letter of the law, as they are trying to enforce it, stands in court, all kinds of international delegations, all kinds of political activism and dissident speech would be rendered illegal. And in light of the indictment, we're already hearing wider calls. There's been calls to indict people for pro-Palestine demonstrations. There's been calls to indict people for alleged links to China. And they are anxious to start prosecuting individuals who put forward views like the views that we put forward. We oppose war. We want a better relationship with Russia and China and Venezuela and all the countries that are currently being sanctioned and attacked by the American government. And this indictment should be a deep concern to anyone who values freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and the democratic traditions that our country is known for. But I'm sure other speakers want to say some things. So.
I would just add that, I have not been approached personally, but for other activist work, we have been approached. We've been stopped at the border. Many activists have been stopped at the border for traveling to Cuba, for traveling to Venezuela, for traveling to Nicaragua, for traveling like I have to the DPRK. And I believe it's very important to recognize that our participation at this event is something that is, for us, youth-to-youth diplomacy. It's an opportunity for us to meet with other young people and to be able to share our values and views and to hear their values and views. And so I don't think that there's anything in doing that that is criminal or should require us to be prosecuted for that. And I believe that some of these attacks that have happened by the US government on different activists are politically motivated. And so we want to say that we won't be intimidated, as Caleb rightly pointed out, and that we want to be able to travel. We have a right to learn from others and to hear what they have to say and to hear their perspectives. And I think that's important, and we should have the right to share those perspectives and opinions with other students, with other young people, and with the broader American public.
Let's go ahead.
Thank you very much. Evelyn Leopold, I'm not totally I'm sorry.
Go ahead, please. Yep.
All right, now we'll start again. Evelyn Leopold, I'm not unfamiliar with this kind of gathering because 100 years ago in East Berlin, when I was living in West Berlin, I attended one, which was not serious but very humorous. But anyway, my question to you is, how strong do you advocate human rights? Because I understand advocating them in this country and not being punished for going to these gatherings. But do you do any of it in Russia or in North Korea? I don't see how you, in that context, justify the invasion of Ukraine. I realize it's been going on in small steps for a number of years, but as someone who, I'm not a world expert, but I follow fascism quite carefully, including that in Russia, and I suppose you do too, given your history and where you come from. So I'm just curious if you could dwell on any of that. Good meeting you.
Well, actually, I'm very excited about the fact that one thing we'll be able to do when we attend the festival is see Russia for ourselves and ask our Russian hosts about these issues that we so widely hear reported in American media. And I've been to Russia a number of times, and I can tell you the way things are reflected are not accurate. And we'll be able to see for ourselves about the human rights situation in Russia without the bias and distortions of mainstream American media. And we'll be able to ask our guides about this. We'll be able to talk to everyday Russians while we're there, and I'm looking forward to it. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to learn the truth beyond the deceptions of Western media. What do you think, Chris?
I would add that human rights language and human rights discourse has been used as part of asymmetric warfare, and that's recognized within the legal community. I'm a law student currently, and so we recognize that human rights has been used as an instrument of to further different policies, especially in the West. That's not to say that there aren't issues in every country. We recognize that, of course. But we also recognize that they're also part of the internal affairs of certain countries, and that it's not our job as young people to go there and to tell the governments what they should or shouldn't do based on circumstances that we might not understand fully or that might not be fully apparent to us. And of course, we also recognize that our media, our press, our educational institutions and academic institutions conceal parts of history to further a certain narrative. We are very well aware of this, and there is not a uniform understanding within academic discourse or overall within human rights discourse as to many of these things. So understanding that, we will go, like Caleb said, with an open mind. We will be able to interact with people, and we will see for ourselves.
Exactly. The human rights in Russia, that's for the Russian people to determine. Personally, I've never been to Russia. This is my first time going. And I can't just come as an outsider and then tell people, this is what I've decided I think human rights are and how I think you must implement it. Rather, I'm going with an open mind and seeing for myself, what is it really like in Russia? How are human rights there? What do the people think?
My name is Volodymyr Ichenko, National News Agency of Ukraine, Ukrinform. So, ma'am and gentlemen, do you feel comfortable communicating with representatives of a country that has attacked a neighboring state and bombs peaceful cities, including my native Kyiv, on a daily basis. Today, the Russian forces has fired 26 missiles at Ukraine. Is this somehow consistent with your youth policy of your organization? And Christopher, could you remind me of the beginning of the manifesto of Communist Party?
It's up to you guys if you...
Well, I want to say that I was able to attend the World Youth Festival in 2017 in Sochi, and one of the most meaningful meetings I had was with a delegation of young people from the Donetsk People's Republic. And at that meeting, they told me about what the Ukrainian regime imposed by the United States has been doing to their homeland for so long. The bombings, the food blockades. There is a monument called the Alley of Angels erected to all the children who have died at the hands of the Kiev government. And as an American, and I must say as a Christian, with my government pouring huge amounts of weaponry into that Kiev regime so that it could continue from the time of Euromaidan in 2014 right up to today to bomb and murder people in the eastern regions, I feel a moral obligation to take a stand against that. And that what the U.S. government is doing in prolonging this war, trying to keep it going as long as it can, just to hurt Russia for geopolitical reasons, it is morally reprehensible. And that meeting that I had with the young people from the Donetsk People's Republic was very meaningful. And I look forward to other meetings with the people from the new republics that Russia has moved in to protect and that have voted to join with the Russian Federation.
I would add that I have met with many Ukrainians over the past, not just for the past few years, for many years. In fact, after the coup in 2014, we met with trade unionists. We met with the Communist Party of Ukraine, which has now been outlawed, by the way. But we met with many of them, and we were able to hear from on the ground the contradictions and problems within Ukrainian society. And so we recognize, of course, the situation on the ground. Our party, of course, recognizes that history works in a different way than portrayed in the mass media. Of course, we have been protesting NATO since its inception as communists. But we recognize, of course, that this war isn't just a war between two nations. It's a war between one nation and a bloc of nations. And so I think that in that perspective, it's very important to understand and recognize what we view as the correct history and how we understand it, not only from the outside, but also in speaking to many Ukrainian communists and anti-fascists who, of course, don't like with Bandera's portrait being portrayed in public offices and government buildings.
But do you remember the beginning of the manifesto of the Communist Party? Do, quote, please.
You may check it later online if you'd like. So let's maybe proceed with the festival
Not
and
a
without
communist.
political. Thank you very much for the question and the opportunity. So please go ahead.
My name is Nizar Aboud of Al Mayadeen Television in Lebanon. My question is regarding what's going on in Gaza today, Palestine, and I wonder whether any representative from the Palestinians will be attending this gathering, also from Israel, if any youth are coming to this. And how will this youth gathering be tackling the conflict which is going on for over 4 months now?
I'll just say that I can't speak to that. I don't know about whether or not there will be a Palestinian or Israeli representative who attends, but I did attend the International Council of the World Youth Festival that was held in November, and I will say that many times the international guests broke into chants of free Palestine, and what I heard at the International Council of people that were leading delegations was a lot of very pro-Palestinian sentiment, but that may not be universal, and so, I guess we'll have to see who comes. I'm not in charge of bringing international delegations. I only represent the American delegation.
I would add that our organizations, respectively, outside of this delegation to the Youth Festival, of course, are in support of Palestinian liberation. I have traveled to Lebanon and met with delegations there. I've traveled to Palestine and met with delegations there. We are hopefully will be returning in the fall to Lebanon to meet with our comrades there. And of course, we recognize that the Palestinian question and the ongoing genocide today that we see is a result of not only Zionist policy, but also the United States. So we recognize and implicate this country And many of us are involved in our student life, in our campuses, amongst young people in demonstrations and protesting. And we recognize the great injustice that has been done to the Palestinian people. And of course, having been there, having seen it on the ground and having seen the apartheid situation, and from a legal perspective, listening to other lawyers and intellectuals on it, we recognize that it is a just cause and we will continue to fight for the Palestinian people.
Hi, Shidochi with China Central Television. Well, communication is always a good thing, but for a very obvious, scene here, your opinions are not really mainstream American opinions. So you're going to have the conversation with people in those countries. And what's your plan to make those messages heard by Americans? And do you think you can make a difference?
I have to respectfully disagree with you and say that I think we do have opinions that are in the mainstream because the overwhelming majority of Americans do not want a new war. The overwhelming majority of Americans think we've already dumped too many weapons and too many billions of our tax dollars into Ukraine. Maybe they're not ideologically where we're at, but in terms of being angry about the condition of our country, while our government is so focused on escalating international tensions around the world, I think we're pretty solidly in the mainstream.
I would add that our opinions are suppressed on purpose. It's not like we are given open access and we're able to go and speak our minds whenever we want. For those of us who interact with the press on a regular basis, I myself, who am in Vermont and I ran for Congress, even as a congressional candidate, I was not given the same platform as major party candidates were, even though I ran on the communist line in 2020. So it's really important to understand that it's not that we don't want to get out there and don't want to speak. It's that our speech is severely curtailed and limited. And even we have been blocked from speaking in certain venues. We've been canceled as a result. But we will do whatever we can do, using whatever media that we can, to continue to promote different perspectives and ideas. I think that that's the rich tradition of this country.
At the World Youth Festival, we will be interacting with other people in person without all of the distortions that you get from the internet and the media, the catchy news sound bites, the algorithmic suppression on social media algorithms. We get to talk face to face and show people what we believe.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Stefano Vaccara, La Voce di New York and Ital Press Agency. First question, I have two questions. One, what is the age limit to participate in this event? And then I have a question about not to the communists or to whatever, to the Americans they're here. I have a question on, we have a Wall Street Journal journalist, pretty young, I think, Ivan Gershkovich is 32 years old, I think. He's been in, now almost a year, he's been in prison, detained in Russia with accusation of being a spy. He was doing his job as a journalist. He's not had that trial yet, and we don't know how long he's going to be there. Now, when you have the possibility to be in Russia, what are you going to do to try to help a young journalist that he's detained in Russia at the moment?
May I just clarify about the first question? Are you planning to come as well? Are you planning to come as well? That's why, because you asked the age limit. So if you want to travel, so we can arrange that. So. Okay. No? So as far as we know, so yeah, the age limit is the youth to participant is 35 years old. So all of the above, the people may go as speakers or consultants or something like that as experts. As for the second part of the question,
Sure.
So just
Well, I want to correct you. You said that some of us here are not Americans. All of us up here are Americans, and we represent the best tradition of this country, from the abolitionists.
No. I didn't say that you are not American.
Okay.
I say, as an American. The question is to American citizens, to you, to Americans.
Okay. And I will say that, I will ask our Russian guides and the people that we meet in Russia about that case, and I'm sure they're going to have questions for us too. They're going to ask us about Julian Assange. They're going to ask us about Tara Reid, who's had to flee to Russia to avoid persecution by the Biden administration. They're going to ask us about Edward Snowden, and I think that there will be some important conversations that will take place at the festival.
I will also add that I don't know the. Once again, we are not privy to the information that the Russian government has, that the U.S. government has. We don't know the situation. I can't make an assessment on that, whether they're guilty or not. That's for a court of law to decide, ultimately. I mean, we don't know. I mean, there have been young people who have been spies before. There have been young people who've done great things, young people who've done horrible things. We don't know the situation. So it's up to the court. It's up to the court and the governments to decide what is the information, what do they know. For example, I've lived in China for 2 years without issue. I studied in China. I went to the DPRK without issue. I just think that sometimes if there are issues, there might be information that we are not privy to.
But we don't know. They didn't have the they are not telling us.
I also don't know. We can ask questions, which of course we will do, and that's, as critical thinkers, we will ask questions, but ultimately that's beyond our pay grade, as they say.
Thank you very much. So, Alan?
Thanks so much. I have a question. My name is Alan Bulkat. I'm a correspondent of the news agency RIA Novosti, Russian news agency. I have a question to Mr. Maupin. You mentioned that you visited Donetsk and Luhansk, and you mentioned all the events which were happened before the recent conflict in Ukraine. I mean, you talked about the coup in 2014. So I'm wondering, do you believe that the U.S. Youth, young people, have the right perspective of the root causes of the conflict which is occurring now in Ukraine? What do you make of that? And are you going to somehow spread the information you got from the site? Thank you.
Well, just to clarify, I was able to meet with young people from Donetsk and Luhansk at the previous youth festival. And I have visited Yalta in Crimea, but I have not myself visited Donetsk and Lugansk. But I would love that opportunity. But as far as spreading the message and young people here not having the truth, we at the Center for Political Innovation, we're not a political party, we're not an activist organization, we're an education project. And we have convened conferences and events and given platforms to many important individuals to spread the truth about what's really going on and to get past the distortions of American media. And we intend to continue doing that because there is so much that people don't know. And if you look at how important that interview that Tucker Carlson was able to do with the Russian president was, it was a tremendous breakthrough because that will be the only time that American young people will ever hear anything other than the standard American media line about the war in Ukraine. And if you look at the response to that Tucker Carlson interview and how basically the liberal establishment, is pretty blatantly calling for Tucker Carlson to be imprisoned for doing that interview, that shows how afraid they are of the message. Because when you actually dig into the facts about what's going on in the conflict in Ukraine, it doesn't match the CNN narrative. And so that's why what we're doing is so important, because when people look into the actual details of the conflict and when you explain what's actually been taking place in Donetsk and Lugansk for so long, if you explain the 2014 coup, people are much more open-minded. And mainstream media doesn't want to have that conversation. Their narrative of events is that, one day Putin was having a bad day, so he decided to roll into Ukraine. That's not what happened, right? And there are actual facts that Americans need to know, and we are very honored to have the privilege of making Americans aware of the facts.
Thank you very much. So as far as I see, no questions more, yeah. So thank you for the attention, and have a good day.